Boom. Hello. Oh, I'll look better with a little bit of light. Well, better, I think, is relative. You'll be able to see me more. Whether or not that's better is entirely up to you guys. How is everyone doing? It's another Monday. And I forgot to grab Coke. Crap. I will do that in just a moment. Um, so, how is everyone doing? Does everyone have a drink? Because I figure we could use one. Um, we've got a whole lot of things to talk about today. There's been a whole lot going on in the world of law, and I wasn't around for a week, so that means that we're playing a bit of catch up too. So, how is everyone doing? What are people drinking? Uh, that's always a good question. I feel like there's a lot going on, and it's a good day to have. I don't know if Monday's the best day for um, alcoholic anything, but it's a good day to just sit back with something cold and enjoy the day. You see, we've got a white Zinfandel, nice, uh, nice. Just about to pour a rum and coke, nice. Orange creamsicle moonshine, ooh, that sounds fun. Jen, good to see you. Water this morning, that is a good one to go with. Rooibos and vanilla tea, ooh. Uh, Tea's not bad, except it's too hot out for tea right here. Coffee, ginger beer. Ginger beer is a fantastic idea. I have Coke to drink. Want some? I will grab a Coke in just a moment. I'm going to step away. Hopefully, everybody doesn't abandon the stream here while I do, but I will just grab one really fast. Um, Also on the agenda today is I thought we would play a fun game because as people know, I'm not really inclined to do the like the drinking for super chats just because I weigh about, well, not much, and I don't have the liver that Mr. Ricada or Mr. Vices have, and so I would die, and or I would, I'd be an angry drunk and then die, and that's just no good. So instead, what I'm thinking we'll do is we will play a fun game of uh, hot sauce roulette. So I've got a roulette wheel all set up, and basically every time we get to, what should I set it to? Here, I'll ask the chat. Um, that seems like a good way to do it. Start a poll. Uh, Hot sauce roulette wheel threshold 50. All right. So I just put an ask the chat out there. Every time we get to that, I will spin the wheel. And now I'm just going to note some things about my hot sauce roulette wheel. I don't own a lot of hot sauces at the lower end of the spice level. I own some, but not a lot. So some of these are worse than others. I will tell you one that isn't on that is Da Bomb. And the reason why is because Da Bomb tastes like WestJet's customer service. So we're not doing that one because it's awful. But some of the entries that I've got on there are my own hot sauce, which I can tell you this stuff does not mess around. And also the one that I think is maybe the scariest is this one right here. And you're going to think I'm lying to you when I tell you why this stuff I think is possibly the scariest. Is that this is the cackling Trinidadian woman hot sauce, or one of the two varieties she makes. I actually ran out of the other one I like, which is she makes a scorpion pepper one, but this one is Carolina Reaper, and it's literally made by this like Trinidadian woman who is she literally cackles. She's got, it's entertaining as heck. It's but yeah, when I went up there the first time and saw her, and she's like, "Oh, would you like to try a hot sauce?" And she's trying to steer me towards like the minimally lethal ones, and I'm like, "Ooh." I will totally check out these hotter ones. And she sort of cackles. She's like, "Oh no, you don't want to do that." And then she was pleasantly impressed when I was able to survive it. She's like, "Okay, we'll sell you some of that then." And Michaela, I see I'm behind on replay crew from Friday, Saturday. Well, it's good to have you here now. Charlie Raven is saying just Black Rifle coffee as a thing to drink. That's a good one there. I don't drink coffee at all, which often surprises people because they're like, "Hey, you consume just about anything. Why not that?" And I go, "Well, because I just I don't like it." Just maybe I'll add an entry here because this wheel looks a little better if it's got an even number. So I'm going to add the Cosmic Disco to my roster. Cosmic Disco isn't bad. It's a fairly tasty one. All of these are good sauces. They're all tasty, but yeah. There we go. Cosmic Disco has been added to our wheel. All right. So I'm looking forward to when you start selling your hot sauces. I will purchase it. Right now, I am trapped in regulatory stuff, but as soon as I am out of the regulatory stuff, once I've got that solved, then I will be selling some of the hot sauce. So yeah, and I've got, just so everyone's aware, I've got chicken packed in something to try to keep it hot. That was a mistake I made last time where I didn't have something to keep it warm. And so by the end of it, the chicken was pretty cold. And I've got some emergency milk. I don't expect I'm going to need this, but I can drink the milk later. It's fine. And I've got some booze because sometimes I like a drink. All right. I am going to just quickly grab a cola because it is hot as heck in here. Like insanely hot in here. And so I am going to grab a cola so that I don't die. And then I'm going to have to go through some gifted memberships because it looks like there's quite a few of those. I see somebody saying, can milk stay good in those? Yes, it's that thing is a vacuum flask, so it actually will stay cold until well into like tomorrow. All right, I'm gonna roll. Let's do the intro roll, and then I should be back before it's done. So I'll be right back. Or I can roll something from the Roll of Law channel. Let's roll one of those, just because it's cool. Be right back. All right. So that is also telling me that I need to get back running some stuff on the Roll of Law channel, right? Because we're gonna have to. It's been a while, so all right. I think we've had enough time on the poll. Let's see what people say in terms of the. Wait, did the poll not actually go through? Where's my poll? Oh, where did my poll happen? Did you guys see the poll? I'm guessing no poll. All right. Now we're going to try the poll. Ask question. Come on, poll. I'm not seeing polls here. All right. So 100 is now okay. So we've got it up. 100 is winning. All right. So we will end the poll. And it looks like 101. I don't know why the poll was behaving oddly. You guys apparently could see it. All right. So looks like it was pretty even then. All right, we'll do 100. And if we get to the end and I haven't eaten enough hot sauce, we'll probably do like a lightning round. So, all right. Let's talk about some things. I guess first thing I'll talk about is something that I just did a video on, and that is that's this weird thing Hasbro's doing. And I got a lot of flack in my comments over this one. So we'll talk about it. Oh, wait, first I'll swoop, and then we will I will swoop, and then I will do some memberships here first. All right, so Tammy Lay, hey Ian, it's my 50th birthday today. Hello, happy birthday, congratulations. That is something worth having a sip over. That's fantastic. Because yeah, that's a big one. Canonical Heat, 7 months and counting, and waiting for hot sauce announcements. I am too. Basically, I had to contract with another guy to do the fermenting because I just don't have the space. I just don't have the space to do the fermenting. So, but the problem is that when you want to ship anything to the States, you've got to get an FDA registration number for your kitchen. And that's basically just a matter of filling out a form. It says, hey, this kitchen exists. And because it exists, then they can go and like do a check and say, hey, you got to give them permission to inspect it if they want, which they don't necessarily do. But they give you a number, so that then they can track as to whether or not you're actually doing things right. So I need to get him off his duff to do that form. So yeah, that's its own thing. Charlie Raven saying just Black Rifle Coffee. I think I covered that one, but can't hurt to do so again. Amber Brock, thank you for 20 gifted memberships. Wow. Rhineman YYC, thank you for 20 gifted memberships. And Amber Brock, another 20 gifted memberships. I think just on the memberships, that's got to count for our first spin on the wheel. I think I think I'd be cheating you guys if I didn't spin on the wheel here. So let me pull up the wheel. And wheel. All right, here's my wheel. I'm just using a little system there. I also wanted to give a shout out here. So Pat Meacham, 72. Happy birthday, man. That's amazing. I'm assuming, Matt, I might be screwing that up, but happy birthday. That is amazing. And congratulations. Thank you for spending it here. That's awesome. And I see we're going to have a couple of spins here because Crazy Cat Queen coming in hot. All right. So let's start off with the first one here. So spinning the wheel, and I'm getting out a piece of chicken here. Oh, that came close to the cackling Trinidadian. So our win here is the Cosmic Disco. So the Cosmic Disco sauce is pretty hot, but I think it comes in at like 6 on the Hot Ones challenge. So it's not the worst, but it's also not playing around. So let me find that here, and I will get my little brush to apply it. So Cosmic Disco. I will pull this down. Cosmic Disco from Karma Sauces. So, all right. We are going to throw up some of that onto the plate. And then we're going to, where did I put my brush? I don't know where my brush is. I'm going to roll the chicken in the sauce. We're going to do this maybe a better way. All right. I'm going to put some more sauce on this because it needs more sauce. I don't want to cheat you guys. I want to have a healthy quantity of sauce on this. There we go. Sauced. All right. First one up is the Cosmic. There's my brush. Ooh. That one is actually a little spicy. I don't know why, but that one hit me a little harder today. Maybe I burned up some of my tolerance doing the stream with Natalie, in which case I'm in trouble. If that's the case, then I am definitely in trouble. All right. And now I owe one for Crazy Cat Queen. I'm heating up lo mein paired with generic grape soda for dinner. Let's start your stream off with a spin. Okay. Spin 2. Bravado's Black Garlic Carolina Reaper. Now, I really like this one, but I can tell you it also does not mess around. What I mean by that is that it rates itself as 5 flames. I think it's a fair 5 flames. I don't think that this one is one that sort of some of them say like, oh, we're 4 flames, and I'm like, nah, you're not. So I will just now. I'm almost out of this one. I like this one enough that I have been known to just drink it straight from the the bottle. But yeah, we're gonna give this a go. All right. Now they reached out to me and they said that they were going to send me another sauce. I haven't got it, so I think it might have been porch pirated. But that's unfortunate, but is what it is. All right, now this is straight up one of my favorite sauces. So I'm saucing the heck out of this wing because I love this sauce. It's good stuff. Okay, here we go. Deep breath. I'm just digging in there, sort of crazy person style, because you just gotta go crazy on this one. Oh, do we have another birthday here? I see somebody saying happy birthday, Erica. Nice. That is fantastic. Happy birthday to everyone having one, because and I'm just looking here. I'm doing some math here. We are at 10, 30, 35, 40, 45. Oh, okay. So we are at, we'll go through because you guys are starting me off hot here. I have questions. Thank you for the membership. Jenny Wallace, not trying to kill you, but to start you off, thank you very much. Callista, try to push forward the hot sauce meter. Thank you. Nicole, contribution to hot sauce roulette. Thank you very much. Hot sauce roulette, love it. Love hot sauce. Me too. I mean, this is one I can do because as much as it's fun to watch me go, ooh, I do like these hot sauces, and I don't think I'm gonna die, but maybe we'll see. The payback to the hot sauce. Thank you very much. Cat Yarb, please unpack. We need the tie on the doorknob. I have got to dig that out. My wife would probably want that suitcase unpacked too. Debbie Lynn F, thank you very much for the YouTube membership. And then the big push over the line there. Sandra Ramirez, thank you very much for the super sticker. And that means I got to pull up the wheel again. All right. Let's spin the wheel. Rogues Smoky Hot. So this is one, this was actually sent to me by somebody else who has their own sort of small production here in Canada. And so I'm glad it came up because it lets me sort of show that off to you guys. So this is, and I'm just going to read the label to you a bit here because, yeah. All right. So Rogues Smoky Hot. It lists extremely hot. It's a limited blend, Rogue Smoky Hot. I don't think I can make it focus any better than it is. It lists very hot sauce blend made with Rogue's chipotle peppers. So you can get this at roguesoasis.com/hot sauce. I'm just going to type that into the chat here because roguesoasis.com/hot sauce. All right. So that is there as an option. Now, somebody was saying, is the get sauce stuff in the wheel? I'm not sure. I'm not actually sure. I've got the raw heat is in the wheel. I don't know if the get sauced one is. Whoops. I accidentally hit the wheel, but it's not up on the screen. So we're good. All right. So let's proceed on here. Let's talk about this Hasbro thing. And I'll pull up on Amazon here. And I just got to make sure that it's not going to show my address. So I'm just pulling that up first so that I don't try not to show my address. And we'll swoop. All right. So this is what we're talking about. The Lord of the Rings Collector Booster. Tales of Middle-earth. And I have got the wrong one up here. So I will find the right one that shows all of the stuff. Because we want to show all the stuff in the promotion. So give me a second here. MTG, Lord of the Rings, Collector Booster. I'm pulling up the wrong booster, but here we go. All right. There. I don't know why they have different packages, but this is the one that actually shows all of the fun stuff that's associated with this one. So if you don't know Magic the Gathering, the way Magic the Gathering works, and I see Pat is Patricia, so sorry, Pat, there, but happy birthday. That's awesome. So for the folks who sort of don't know what Magic the Gathering is, it's what they call a collector card game. And so you buy packs of cards and you get random amounts of cards, like a random set of cards, which will include some common cards and also some rare cards. And the rare cards tend to be worth a bit more than the commons and so forth. But typically the value of them has, for most of the cards, the value is not that high. Then we're getting into this. And the reason why this one is unusual is because of this thing right here. This is the One Ring serialized version. Now you'll notice that there's other versions. There's the main set version. There's the alt art promo version. There's the extended art version. And then there's the serialized version. And the serialized version there's only one of them. There's one of these in existence. And so this is a big deal. People, like, nobody's opened the booster that's got that yet. But when they do, somebody's going to get very wealthy because there's a bounty that's out for that card. There's a Spanish game store that is offering the low price of 2 million euros. If you open this card and you sell it to them, you will get 2 million euros straight up. And you might actually be able to do better than that selling it at auction. So this is a big deal. Now, why is it a big deal? Well, Canadian law, and in fact, US law, actually limits lotteries. And, you know, they'll give you all these like high-minded reasons for why they limit lotteries, but really the primary reason why they limit lotteries is because the government makes a lot of money on them. The government makes a huge amount of money on lotteries. And they use that money to fund all sorts of things that government does. But, so what is a lottery? Well, a lottery is something you have to pay to get an entry into, right? As opposed to like a giveaway or something like that. And here you have to pay to get a collector booster. Now, one way that people get around this. Oh, and we've got Eric Hunley here. Hey, how are you doing?
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. You're coming in a little quiet, I think.
Oh, sorry. Let me.
Oh, no worries.
With the mic.
Just letting you know.
It should be all right. Hold on.
Can people hear Eric?
Let me. Is this bumping the gain at all?
Oh, yes. That? Yeah, that helps a lot.
Right. Okay.
I was just talking about the Magic the Gathering. Have you been paying attention to this one?
Dude, I've never even played the game, and I'm old.
Well, let's. I'll just sort of run through what's going on here on this one, because they've got this special edition collector booster that they're selling, and they sell for more than the regular packs. Okay. And you might be wondering, why would anyone spend so much on these unusual ones? And that's because there's certain cards that can only be found in the collector boosters, including this one-of-one serialized card.
Okay. Is it always in there, or is it one of those random that if you buy 100 collector boosters, maybe you'll get lucky and get the magic card?
There's only one of them in like tens of thousands of packs.
Okay.
So it's more like Wonka's golden ticket.
I was going to say Willy Wonka. Okay. So it is. All right.
And but there's actually a Spanish game store that's offering a bounty of 2 million euros on this.
Wow, that makes me think of gaming the lottery. Remember how they had the syndicates that they put in enough money that they won the lottery and it still worked as an investment?
Oh, yeah. There's a guy who did the math on that one. There was a special lottery that they figured out if they bought enough tickets, they could make a profit off of it. But I think lottery is exactly the right thing, because I think this runs afoul of lottery rules. I think this is an illegal lottery, at least in Canada. Okay. You pay money to get a pack, right? Which we could think of like a scratch ticket. Whether or not it's got the valuable card in it is purely random. Okay. The value of the card is, we can establish that by the $2 million offer. Wizards of the Coast would say, hey, listen, they're all equally worthless. They're all just pieces of cardboard. But I don't think that actually flies because,
Well, technically, all bills are pieces of paper. And a $100 bill is worth more than a $1 bill. So wouldn't that prove a lie?
Well, and I mean, you can say, hey, listen, we're doing a thing where you buy a random piece of art and one of them is a Monet and the rest of them are painted by like the neighbor kids. Yeah. You clearly know that one of them has more money behind it. Yeah. And there's no element to skill. Like you can't buy a better pack than somebody else.
Sure.
Now, this is fun because there's a $2 million card in this, but under Canadian law, if this is an illegal lottery, then that card, if it's sold in Canada, belongs to the government.
Well, it depends on what is a lottery. I mean, First, you have to define that because like most lotteries are run by a government or some sort of institution or what have you, depending on here. But I guess that would be the first question: does it technically fit the definition of being a lottery?
Yeah, and I could pull that up right away because it's they've actually got sort of a definition. It's pretty expansive. So it's anything for advancing, lending, giving, selling, or in any way disposing of any property by lots, cards, tickets, or any mode of chance whatever.
Wow. Okay, that sounds almost like you could apply that to the storage locker situation where you go in and somebody doesn't pay their bill in the locker and you can bid for what's in the locker because you don't know. It could be money, it could be garbage. So
That's an interesting possibility as well. That's an interesting thought as well. That would be, that I think is because lots of people, I did a video on this and lots of people were disagreeing about that one. But I think the storage locker thing is in some ways the best counter to it. Because that's interesting. And I see people saying it's not Hasbro who's offering the 2 million. Whoops. But I don't think that matters because if Hasbro is doing a lottery where you win a Monet, they can say, we're not going to pay you any money for the Monet. The cash value of this Monet is $1. Like if you want to take the cash prize equivalent, you take $1. But somebody would spend 2 million for that Monet.
Well, yeah, and you're right on that too, by the way. Like let's say I find a $20 bill from 1892. Do you know how much that's worth if I turn it in?
Lots.
No, $20.
Oh, I mean, if you turn it in at the government, they'll take it as $20.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if a private collector says, I will give you thousands of dollars for that $20 bill, well, then now we're talking about something different, aren't we?
Well, heck, I'm also doing a promotion on my Roll of Law channel where the prize is 10 silver coins.
Okay.
And looking at this thing, the cash value on this silver coin,
$1. Right.
Silver $5.
Oh, $5. Okay. Yeah, it's the same basic principle.
I've told like my contest conditions basically say, hey, if you want to take the cash value, you can have the $5, but you should take the silver coins because they're worth way more, like a lot more. And so yeah, it's now people might say, hey, why is the Roll of Law win that silver coins legal? That one is purely skill, and you don't have to pay anything to enter. So those are two big elements of that.
And yeah, there are a lot of laws, at least in the States, of you have to offer it. You can't say they have to buy something in order to get it, on and on. Yeah. There's a ton of that. I've never really studied, but I do know they're out there because, like, if you're on social media, you might say, "Oh, I'll give a $20 gift card if you do these 20 things or whatever," but you don't actually have to, do this or buy that.
There's always a way to enter without paying any money. But Wizards of the Coast can't do that because it would literally be something like, write us a letter and we'll send you back a free card, which they wouldn't want to do. But so that was, I guess, the first thing on that. But you've got some news on the Hutchins.
Yeah, annoying news.
So for the people who don't know what we're talking about here, when Alec Baldwin was charged in the killing on the Rust set, and he's had his charges dropped because he's too much of a headache. He's able to afford good counsel. Hannah Gutierrez Reed is still facing charges.
And more charges. She got more added last week.
I was going to go over that because they just added that tampering charge. But now, so we did a stream on Friday, I believe it was.
Yep.
Where we were talking a bit about that, and you mentioned that you had heard something from the set. And
Right.
now I think that's gotten
Between either the show then or the show in the evening, which I do, America's Untold Stories, where I've been doing all the coverage, specifically on Baldwin. Yeah, it essentially another source is working with the Santa Fe special prosecutor, the individual Carrie Morrissey, appointed by the district attorney to prosecute the case, was sending messages to me through the source, or the source was thinking for them. Either way, it was tied. And then as of today, the special prosecutor herself called me. And it's an uncomfortable situation. I called back ultimately with an attorney at hand, folks. I do believe in attorneys.
And that was that Nate?
Yep. Nate
awesome.
the lawyer.
Good choice.
Now, folks, before you go, what do you mean, Nate the YouTuber? Please know that Nate was a police officer and then a New York district attorney, or ADA. Nate knows what he's doing very specifically with criminal law, with witnesses, etc. So he's a good personal friend of mine, but he is also absolutely appropriate, I feel.
I would have no I'd have no issue, like if I was in the same position. I don't think I have Nate's phone number to call him up, but he'd be on my list of people to reach out to and be like, help. So yeah, he's not just a YouTuber. He's a good lawyer, and you can see his assessment and so forth. So yeah. So what did they say in this phone call?
Essentially, we want your source. We want to know who told you this was going on. And we've been talking over yesterday and today, because I reached back to the source to give the opportunity, because I'm not going to reveal the source. I'm trying to be,
right,
have integrity and journalism, but we are talking about somebody who died here. And it's always in the back of my mind that somebody died. I do take this extremely seriously. It's not like screw you, the man. No, I'm very troubled by everything. So respect to the source, and the source informed me that, oh no, that was the rumor. I was just telling you the rumor.
Oh,
well, okay. So we stated in the call that this is rumor and conjecture. The source did not see nor participate in. So what? There's nothing here. It's me just repeating a rumor. And what are you doing? Well, actually, I didn't say that, but Nate, said that.
I can hear it in Nate's voice.
Yeah, I mean, but it was kind of wasn't completely comfortable. I will tell you that. And she essentially said at the end, I want to know who this is. I have text messages where you stated the knowledge. I would dispute what I stated in the text messages to the other source. I don't think that's accurate, but somebody could infer it. Maybe. I don't know. The point is, no, that's not the case. And when Nate was saying about journalists, she said, I am hanging up now and filing the search warrants. So it did not end on a comfortable, convivial note in any way. And that told me I got to get in front of the story. And that's why I went with, my good friend David, Viva Fry, who has a sizable audience. And it just, hey, let me put this out there, because I don't know if you swear on your show, but
usually I wait until the 2-hour mark, but this is sort of
let's just say I consider myself in the middle of a crap sandwich.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair assessment. You're not a lawyer, correct?
No. I just sully myself with them. I don't know.
I checked just because there might have been issues of solicitor-client privilege and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
If you had a bunch of like active communications with clients, then that's a big, that's a big issue. But
No, it's full on journalist source argument.
yeah,
And
and
that's, its own thing.
And I mean, I think it's a good argument because journalism is becoming entirely non-traditional. The it used to be that journalists had to be at a newspaper, but now a lot of journalism is being done by people online, and they're talking about straight up primary research, right? Talking to people who were there.
Yes, I broke the story that got picked up by the LA Times. Our show broke it, about Hannah Gutierrez Reed and the conflict with her and Gabrielle Pickle about she was spending too much time on armor and needed to handle other props. The emails, the story actually came from our channel to the LA Times. That to me is legitimate journalism.
Yeah, and not just legitimate journalism. You're beating out places like the LA Times, which really shows how the world is changing.
Sure.
So I think they're going to have a tough time with this. I mean, frankly, the fact that you haven't had your door kicked in, I'm wondering if they didn't go to a judge and have the judge say, really?
Well, that is New Mexico. I'm in Virginia.
So there's some...
And there was a federal precedent. And I mean, okay, if I just step back, part of my argument is, what are you talking about? You are the prosecutor. You have every freaking witness here. I'm telling you a rumor, or you hear a rumor from me. Talk to your stupid witnesses. You have them there. It was fed back to me through
on the set.
Right. It was also fed back to me through the source who was trying to tell me to tell my source. I have multiple sources, but anyway, telling me to tell the source that, hey, she is going to be subpoenaing the cell tower records to find out who was on the set on the times that Hannah Gutierrez Reed was actually there earlier than the call time, going by cell phone tower pings. So you don't need me. There you go.
No, they don't need
you. So please go find that out, and just take the fact that I mouthed off in public based on somebody telling me a rumor who's a source, to say, hey, I'm hearing this. Tell me it's not true. Did you know this? Did you know this? Did you go ask them? Do your job.
I've got to ask a very important question. It's a two-part question. First, do you have security cameras inside your house?
Inside?
Inside.
No.
And the second part of that is, do you have musical ability? Because this could be really...
Oh God, you're talking about that Ohio. I did a video on that. Yeah, that dude is funny. Oh, please don't do that. Yeah, I'm not worried about the destruction of property. I'm worried about the destruction of my life for my wife. If that kind of thing went down, no, I'd be dead. You'd be like, oh, we're reporting, following up on Eric Hunley's sudden demise because of a botched search warrant destroying the house. Only some property was damaged, but Eric is dead.
He fell down an elevator shaft onto some bullets. Yeah, no, it's I mean, a search is pretty pretty disruptive.
I mean, it's maddening though, because again, part of the reason I'm coming forward too is to say it was a rumor.
Yeah.
And even if you win all of this, all you're going to find out is,
someone who has hearsay.
Yeah. So I really want to know what happened. Absolutely. That's why I'm out there. Ian, you've been on streams with me. I'm a pain in the ass about the subject. I'm the one who's always saying, where are the rounds coming from? Nobody's asking that. Or why is the director not charged? I'm very invested.
They've got to have tried to figure out where these rounds have come from, but it's such a mystery.
I don't think it is a mystery, but I'm not going to, point a finger. There's a limited number of places they originated, most likely. So Occam's razor probably comes into it, but I won't say how it cuts.
Fair enough. And I think one thing you also wanted to clarify, or you clarified on your Friday stream, you've been talking to Seth Kinney, and it's not Seth Kinney who
No,
was, yeah. So
he's
that's
one,
important.
but remember, he's one of my sources.
Yeah, but
One
not
of.
this one is the critical thing.
No, he is not this particular source.
So to the the New Mexico special prosecutor, don't kick down his door either. So
Yeah,
he
it's
didn't need to tell me,
frustrating.
but yeah, he had some. I phrased some things badly, so. But
Seth is very direct, very clear. I've been talking to Seth for a long time, but he's also extremely litigious. So I'm sure that he's armed and ready to go if anything might happen. But
fair enough. Well, yeah,
but
no,
he's
it's
lost everything. He's lost his business. He's lost so
oh yeah,
much money now. And I actually feel sympathy for Seth, because if you're the guy who provides the equipment, that doesn't make you responsible for the misuse of equipment.
no, and even if, and it sounds like he's been cleared on this, but even if he was clear, like even if he was the source of, like even if he shipped, dummies with live ammo, the armor should have caught that, right? The armor should have been like, oh no, because I've got some dummies. They're super easy to tell apart.
Well, okay. There's two kinds of dummies, though. Those are easier when they have the BB in them, but there are the
Yeah,
dummies where they're lazy and they just drill the hole and remove the primer, but they're not actually a BB inside. So
but
that does
even
make a
that,
difference.
like, and I can't have a revolver on stream because we're on a
No,
live stream and YouTube's got rules. But even that, like, I point out that if you're looking at the punched primer, that looks very different from from a dummy that has a primer in it.
right. But that punch primer you were just talking about, that actually was what led to the crow. Killing. It's because they didn't punch the primer. They had the hole in the side, but not the punch primer. There was enough for it to just pop the bullet into the round, and then the blank following did the deed. So it's a tough one. And Dave Halls actually did admit under investigation he didn't look, because unlike some of the revolvers, you don't flip out the whole cylinder in this one. It's like a little window that you pop a
the loading gate.
And you click, and you have to. So it's not quite as clear, but you are correct in the punched out primer aspect of it. But Halls even said he didn't look at all 6 rounds. That's why he pleaded.
And it's really, I mean, all you need to do is, you put it to half cock, you open the loading gate, and you just spin. You can do it in like 5 seconds.
Sure.
And just be like, okay, and we're good. My theory was that, because they did say that those ones that they had there did have the BB.
Yeah, and the weird part about it is that if you read the testimony, right, Hannah had problems getting the one round in before lunch, and actually after had scrubbed it down really hard to get it in. So that's the really kind of creepy part, is like, I can't help but wonder if the round it didn't quite fit right. One of these isn't like the other, and I'm not trying to make a mockery of it, but it's sort of chilling to think that it wasn't even going in well, and it had to be forced in.
Wouldn't you pull it out? I mean, my theory is, because I know that they rattled, my sort of, he said he didn't carefully check each individual one. My thought is that he probably just shook the revolver. That was probably his check.
Right. But that's a fight, by the way, too, because you have people like Mark, my partner, who was saying, hey, ADs touch the gun all the time. And then you have Seth, who says, absolutely not. The AD's not supposed to touch it. That's breaking the chain of custody. And when I look at the guidelines, it appears to me that the AD is responsible but shouldn't touch. Like the AD is supposed to supervise, first AD, supposed to look and say, show me, and then shake it, or whatever it is. And you're right. Maybe he said, shake it. Okay. And here's some.
The armorers I talked to basically said that they would not allow anyone else to handle the guns.
Right.
Because it's just, it's too, there's just too much of a risk, right?
But that lends to Baldwin's case, because His case is that the armorer checks it, hands it. We're good. And I know that we get into, the weeds and the personal liability stuff, but that's where I keep going. These guidelines, I think they're not clear and they need to be fixed.
The ones I've seen have said that the armorer should, before handing it to the guy, show him that it's clear.
Yes.
And in fact, I've got pictures that I can't share because all of the armorers who were doing this were like, I'll talk to you, but you do not, don't drop our names, don't
Dude,
anything.
It's a small world. Too small.
And that's the thing is, if you are, if you get a bad reputation in the you're done. They'll just go with someone else. But, some of them were willing to send me pictures, just like, don't use this, but here's a picture from a set. And you see, here is an actor being shown how to go through it. Like, here's an actor being shown how to do this. And it's funny because lots of people with Jensen Ackles, lots of people were saying that they were happy about him talking about dry firing 6 times into the dirt.
Yeah, not so good.
I mean, it's better than what Baldwin was doing, but at the same time, every armorer was like, no, you do not do that. No. You will go through and you can see that there's 6-punch primers. We will show you that, but we're not, what is it? We're not doing the dry firing.
Well, I think Will Smith, there's some video of him and he's popping it out and going, pop, 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 and pulling each one out and going, and putting it in, and I think Clooney does it, but again, that's not consistent. Not all actors do. Everybody puts out the whole thing of everybody. Well, no, they don't all do that. That's the sad truth.
The other thing is people are saying, oh, Baldwin, he's just an actor. He doesn't need to know any of this. And I'm like, anybody who touches a gun should have some basic safety training.
Well, we're in agreement there, but I think, again, that's where I feel the guidelines and everything are a problem. And we have a situation where a lot of the people who are in charge hate guns. And if you had, I was in the Army, all right? And I can tell you, the ranges there are a nightmare. If you want to ruin your day, have one round missing, have one spent casing unaccounted for, and you will be sitting there marching around for hours digging through every piece of gravel to find the stupid casing. So if you have that kind of person in charge of the SAG guidelines, well, now you know what you would be seeing. But I don't think you have that person in there necessarily, and a lot of the people who are doing this don't even really like the guns, and they want to distance themselves from them too. Safety is not their first concern.
Well, and that's the problem is if you've got it's fine to not like guns and it's fine to be a movie star, but if you're going to be a movie star who's handling guns, you need to get over that dislike enough to learn to do it safely and that probably means some range time.
The dude knows. Alec Baldwin knows a lot about guns. You could tell by his the interrogation with the cops, because one minute he's all, gosh, I wouldn't know. I would not want to offend the armor. And the next he's saying, well, you have to have the primer and the primer. And he's like giving an entire master class on it. His father, now in fairness, his father teaching the high school rifle team doesn't necessarily mean that he got it, but the dude knows.
Yeah, and he goes like mid-sentence from, I don't know, I'm just an actor, to let me explain everything. It's just funny in that interview to watch his ego kick in when it's like, and then he gets a chance to explain it. And it's such a bad interview. I think his lawyer must have told him, I hope his lawyer was like, dude, what the hell? But the reports that he was talking on his phone when he's supposed to be having the safety briefing.
There's so many problems, and Hannah is getting hemmed up for sure, but Hannah's not innocent. There's some problems with Hannah. It's fraught with problems on that set. There's so many different things.
Well, and sometimes people are like, well, why are they going after Hannah and not, they have like, why did, they're saying like, well, Hannah's more responsible or Baldwin's more responsible. It's like, you can charge both, and the more or less responsible is something that gets sorted out on sentencing. It's
And by the way, the sentencing for Baldwin would be 18 months max.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's already not exactly like hard time here, folks.
I think the sentencing aspect would be less that he's going to jail for a long time, and more just that a conviction on this might cause him some problems. Because if you're the insurer, you're going, wait, you want to put a gun in the hand of a guy who already killed somebody?
Yeah, but of course the Duke can find plenty of movies where he doesn't have a gun. He's Woody Allen movies. Again, this is such a mixed deal because, in fairness, I'm not a fan of Alec Baldwin. A lot of people don't like him, but he is an A-lister. However you cut it out, he's a very talented actor with an extremely long storied career.
Yeah, I just like people are like, oh, his politics. I'm like, I don't care about his politics.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be saying the same thing if this was, anybody I agree with versus not. It's just a tragic situation, and there were so many places to avoid this. And it's not really like the Crow situation is such a weird, random, circumstance. This one
it's
was
hard to play. It's hard to pin blame on the Crow situation when you're like, that is so freakishly coincidental that I can see myself being caught in that, or somebody else being caught in that, just the circumstances. And then John Eric Hexum, that's the other gunshot. Well,
that was the guy who pointed it at his head and fired a blank through his skull.
I mean, again, it's a tragedy, but he did it. What do you do? It was ill-advised. The most you could say is that maybe he wasn't informed, but there's nothing there.
But there's a certain point where, like, don't point a gun at your head and pull the trigger is, like, this is the fundamental basics of gun safety, right? And if you can't stop a guy who's going to do that, you're just not going to be able to save with any sort of practices. But
you hope it just saves the next people to say, look, don't point a blank at your head. It's not safe. John Eric Epson. So that's it. He did the service that others maybe are not doing it by setting an example, but it's horribly sad.
Yeah. What's the old sort of demotivational poster that says it may be that the purpose of your life is to be a cautionary example for others?
Ouch.
I mean, that's what the guy's remembered for, right? It's so. But I mean, when I hear armors, they do take precautions about that. Like, they don't leave the guns around. The ones I was talking to were things like, okay, you're done with the gun in the scene.
No, it's in the safe.
It's going into the safe, right?
No. They were in the safe during lunch.
Yeah,
this is the actual chain of custody is very tight, and that one, by the way, is a little squirrely too, because during his interrogation, Alec Baldwin said Hannah gave it to him. He even said, always Hannah. I don't know if you remember that, but in that he said that. Later on, it became Dave Hall's. So there's from that jump. And my issue is that the closest to the incident was him in the police station the same day that you and I both watched, when he said Hannah, always Santa. So a couple hours after the incident, whatever, he's saying Hannah did it. And then suddenly he misremembered it, and it was Dave Hall's. It's very odd.
I mean, people's memories are awful in a lot of places,
I agree.
It's this whole thing makes me really uncomfortable in terms of what's going on here. But I mean, we may never get to a place where we know everything that happened.
Well, with all the investigation missteps and the foibles and all the chaff that's been thrown out there, I think it's very difficult. And Baldwin has done his part in his interviews. I can't help but I've been wondering of late if he wasn't brilliant in saying, I never pulled the trigger. because then they did the extensive testing, which wound up destroying the weapon or functionality of it. And I'm like, that actually could have been literally some 3D chess if his legal team told him to, pull that kind of stunt.
The thing is that the destructive testing is really what I'd expect. I've seen a lot of cases here where there's like, hey, there's a gun, we tested it to failure, like that kind of thing.
It's rare here from what I've been reading, and especially to the degree where they take a hammer on it and say, hey, does it go if I hit it with it, because they were absolutely trying to prove every possible angle and then wind up destroying that. So I don't know.
But I mean, yeah, I mean, they could. The problem is that there is a video clip of his finger on the trigger.
Yeah, I have that. It's part of the evidence pile.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a trial. If he ever gets tried, they're going to bring that out and be like, so you never had your finger on the trigger, did you? Here's the clip, right?
Like you say, I don't know. I didn't pull it.
Oh,
I know we go circle. I'm just saying it gets to see the circular thing. No, I'm totally in agreement with you that if he had his finger resting on it, then he could make the semantic argument, I didn't pull it. No, you didn't pull it because it was already pressed down. So you didn't pull it. Your finger was resting on it. And when you released the hammer, it was already resting on it. So the hammer went. But I don't know.
Those triggers on those things, I mean, it's a single action, right? The triggers on them are intentionally quite light.
Yeah.
That's
why I said only load 5.
Well, yeah, the old thing was, load 1, skip 1, load, so that then it's left on an empty chamber so that you don't accidentally have something where, because some of them had the problem of if you could brush the hammer, they might go off in your, in your holster.
Now this one is not that.
So.
This one was designed with that in mind because it's the 4-click. I mean, even at that first 1/8 inch, you could drop it on the floor. It's not going to easily go off.
Yeah, it's when it's got the quarter cock and the half cock, it's like, it's really hard. I took mine to the range. I bought the same model and I tried to make it go off by futzing with the hammer. I couldn't do it. Even pulling it to just before the quarter cock and smacking it with something was not enough to make it go off. So
it's a good gun from what I've been reading. Very well made.
Oh, there's a reason why there's a reason why people still buy this gun, notwithstanding the fact that the core of the design is from
1872.
Yeah, it's but the really easy thing that I found in terms of is just if you put your finger on the trigger and then you pull back the hammer, you don't realize how much force your finger is putting on that trigger because it only takes a tiny
it's like a leverage,
leverage
question. Like you're having to, I mean, I'm going to guess now you're more of a shooter, but I've always learned that you hold your finger aside there, like on the trigger guard when you're pulling a hammer back, not on the trigger at any point.
The only time your finger should be on the trigger is when you are getting, you are ready to fire.
Yeah.
So when I'm doing a competition and I'm drawing. Now, I mean, I'm on a hot range, right? They're expecting me to shoot. I will pull my, the gun up, put it on target, and then my finger goes to the trigger, not before. And similarly, after I engage one target, I might have to run over to, 30 feet away to the next target. Finger is off the trigger while I'm doing that run. When I get to target and engage, finger goes back to the trigger. It's not ever, you get out. And this is the problem with having gun naive people. They don't have those habits of take your finger off the trigger, put it on the, and it's actually funny because you'll see people who are, when I've gone to the range cleanup, range maintenance days, and they're building new target stands out of wood. And so there's a guy there with a power drill. And when he's not actually drilling, he's got his finger
on the alongside it, just yes.
It's just, it's that habit, right? And so, yeah, it's this is the thing that makes me sad, and also that all of those armorers that I spoke to are losing tremendous money out of this.
Well, yeah, they may lose their entire career because they, got movements saying, "Oh, we're going to go CGI now," and you don't need guns, you need to have them rubber, and I mean that is the movement. Again, it's being dictated by people who don't know much about guns, and it is hard. Now, on the flip side, the armorers typically are part of the crew that doesn't fit in necessarily with a lot of the more effete types, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the armorers are people who have got like, they did 3 tours overseas, in combat, and then they're coming back and they're talking to people who are like, "Oh, well, we can't have a gun on set," and they're like, "You what now?" Like,
exactly.
But I mean, when they, when they say, "Oh, we can't have," like, we'll just do it with fake guns, we'll do it with whatever. For a lot of people like myself, that stands out so badly because you'll see the like the end of the their magazine, and I'm just like, oh yeah, that's an airsoft fill port, and it just stands right out.
There's also that you can't fake the recoil. They could play it all day long, but it's very difficult to fake that. It's just something you can feel.
Yeah, you see them go like bang, and their recoil timing is all wrong, or they're like, jerking it back in ways that I'm like, no, dude. A lot of the there's a lot of movies where they're like, oh, we're using an airsoft gun, and you can see the brass inner sleeve in the air, that's like, oh, right, that's clearly an airsoft gun. And there's certain shots that you can only do with actual guns. And one of the most obvious of those, and this is a shot you'll see in tons of movies. If you watch some of the John Wick movies, various other movies, Equilibrium does it a ton, where you've got that black like darkness, and then there's a fight scene that is lit up by gunfire. You can't do that with CGI because that light is coming from the gun, and you just can't. It can't be faked that way.
And ironically, that is because it's firing blanks that the light is stronger, because they're cheating. No, I mean, because a real bullet is made to suppress all of that by military, police, or whatever. You're not trying to have that bit. But whenever you see in a movie with a big explosion, that's because it's a blank, and they can actually pack in more gunpowder, things like that, to make it a more powerful effect.
Well, and in some cases, they will pack in stuff that is specifically designed to be like, they're not just like, some of those aren't just blanks, but they're pyrotechnics, basically.
Sure.
So yeah, it's but I mean, they've been filming movies with guns since basically
they've been filming movies.
Yeah, like since I think that there are movies with guns before we had sound in movies.
Oh yeah. And by the way, they used to use real guns with real ammunition.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. You go look at like some of the James Cagney movies.
Yeah.
Those are actually bullets that are being shot at the side of the building and stuff. That really was happening.
Oh, and I've seen interviews with guys on Westerns who are saying that there are what is it? That some of those shots where somebody's like shooting near their feet. And it was live ammunition, and they're like, yep, this is making me nervous. I'm like, yep.
And it's actually stinging their ankles because of the spit off, and
it's just that's but the modern safety protocols are so safe that it took them violating the safety protocols like a dozen different ways for this to go wrong.
Yeah. How many movies and how many bullets and how many deaths have we seen? The numbers don't lie. Baldwin is a pain in the ass, but when he stood out there on the street and said there have been trillions of bullets fired in movies,
yeah,
he's not wrong.
He's not wrong. I mean, Watch like the second Matrix movie, and you can see them doing things like, you know, just emptying a full auto machine pistol, and it's like,
Yep.
well, that was 30 rounds. That split second, shot, and
Heat.
Yeah.
Heat is a good one because that has like every machine gun. I mean,
well, hell, when you see them running a minigun, even running blanks, that minigun is incredibly expensive to fire. And so, like, Predator, I think it is where he's opening up on the forest with that minigun, and it's just like, let's count seconds and just count how many dollars that shot is. Because, ooh, that's expensive right there. But nobody dies in that movie, like making that movie. No. It just, they're really safe. I talked to a number of armorers who are looking at losing their livelihood for a movie they had nothing to do with. It's just, it's such a tragedy.
No, dude, I agree. I think that, well, hopefully we can move beyond it and it'll be resolved one way or another, because then things can maybe ultimately settle down. Obviously, it's going to be shaky for a bit, but
I suspect what you'll see is a bunch of people right now saying, oh, we're never going to use guns in our movies again. And then in a few years, they'll just quietly use guns in their movies again, and they won't make a big announcement about it. They'll just do it.
No, and they'll film out of state. They'll be in New Mexico and Georgia and, wherever. Obviously you won't be able to do it in California or LA. That'll just be more work moving out of there.
Has California banned using real firearms in?
They're working on it. There's multiple bills that have been pushed out, but
why would like Hollywood wants to push movie filming out of Hollywood?
Dude, they've done a great job with the taxes and everything else doing it. So
this is a great comment. Nobody ever suggests CGI in car chases if someone gets killed driving.
True.
There have been dozens and dozens of people killed on car stunts.
Oh yeah, and falls.
Simple fall. Like, more people get killed building sets than have ever been killed with firearms in movies, because you just, somebody forgets to clip in, they fall off a scaffold, and that's it.
But the guns are so much more dramatic. It's kind of like you are in more danger driving to the airport than getting on the plane.
Yeah.
But we always are going to be worried about being on the plane because it's so striking, so visceral. And I think it's similar there. It's like there's a million other things. People are hurt in vehicular accidents, falling, as you put it, working on the set, getting electrocuted. A lot of times a light fixture will come down, do things like that. All those things, but that just seems like a mishap. When you add a gun to it, you add this element or this exotic killing machine to the situation.
It's funny because I do pyrotechnics, or I do fireworks. In fact, Canada Day is coming right up. And so it's like the end of this week. And so for Canada Day, there's going to be a ton of fireworks. Cool. I'm going to be helping wire those up. And everyone's like, isn't that super dangerous? I'm like, well, we are playing with explosives big enough to turn me into a mist, but we're careful about them, right? Because we know that they're big, scary explosives. And so, if I'm carrying like a 8-inch mortar shell, I'm not also smoking a cigarette.
Yeah, usually good. Don't smoke with propane either, kids.
Yeah, and you're being careful about how you're dealing with the electric matches. You're doing all of this. You're wiring stuff up in ways, and
now you're computerizing all that for the sequencing, or how do you?
Yeah, do that? The company I sort of help out with, and they set everything up beforehand, and they basically drive out with a show already designed.
Mhm.
So it's not like we're figuring anything out on the scene. It's everything is planned out, and then they'll be like, these are the stations we have to build. This much stuff has to go to each station, and then all the wires get put back to central. There's little sort of intermediate control boxes at each station, and then those all get wired to a central box that that runs the show. And if everything is going right, the show at that point just kind of runs itself, so long as somebody's sitting there holding down the dead man switch, because there's a dead man switch on that. But it's actually kind of funny because there's a difference in safety habits between Canada and the US on that. And it has to do with music synchronization. And so when you're doing a show to music, you want the fireworks to go off at particular points with the music, right?
Sure.
So they actually sync it in so that the music gets fed into the fireworks machine, and it basically listens to the music and then does stuff based on what point in the music it's at. So if there's a break, like if somebody lets go of the dead man switch, and say you've got 10 seconds of just nothing firing, the question then is, what should it do when you hold the dead man switch again? And in Canada, the way they wire this up is just that product doesn't fire. Like, it just never fires. It
skips over it. Okay.
Yeah. And that's a real pain in the butt, because everything that doesn't go up in the air and explode is now you're having to de-bomb. You're having to you'd much rather just go up in the air. In the US, a lot of people will do it. So if you skip 10 seconds and then you go back on, it'll catch up that 10 seconds.
Whatever's next just resumes the beat and through the rest type.
So there's a very famous accident that thankfully killed nobody. But it was caused by a guy wanting to listen to it and sort of test that the music was properly working. But instead of putting it into test mode, which would have just shown him, like, these are the shots I would be firing if this was a real show, he put it into fire mode. And rather than listen to the beginning of the clip, he just jumped to the end to watch the climax.
Oh God! So it was ramming it really fast to get it through.
The fire control box is like, we have missed the entire show. Fire everything. So yeah.
Wow, that's creepy. I'm sorry.
Well,
I didn't even think about that.
It was in the middle of setup, and it was a miracle that nobody was on, like, in the middle of that fireworks show, because they would have been killed. But the audience loved it. It was tens of thousands of dollars worth of explosives going into the air all at once.
Well, I'm sure it's quite spectacular, but wow.
Yeah, but not at all like what what you'd expect there. So, safety rules, right? You want to make sure that all of these things get followed properly.
Sure.
And I guess we can bring up the, let me see if I can enlarge this, because
these are the revised charges.
These are the revised charges that they put in just on the 22nd there.
Yep. Okay.
So, the first count is fairly straightforward. The involuntary manslaughter and negligent use of a deadly weapon. But then they added a count, and this one I think is really fun. Tampering with evidence. The above named defendant did transfer narcotics to another person with the intent to prevent the apprehension, prosecution, or conviction of herself. Now, I haven't looked this up. What's the did you check, like, what's the sentence on the tampering with evidence?
I'm not sure, but I have a funny feeling it could be longer than the original charge.
That's kind of what I'm thinking, is that it could easily be longer than the original charge. So it could actually be that she walks on the the shooting and goes down for handing her drugs off to somebody else, and would probably have rather pled to the shooting.
Well, it's also weird too, because it's saying tampering with evidence, saying that she transferred narcotics to another person, but there's no possession charge. There's no. I don't know how you work that. So it's like, I guess it wasn't on her technically, but how does that work? Are you saying that the narcotics were hers, or they were somebody else? Are we playing hot potato and you hand me narcotics and I go and I hand it to somebody else, and so I get busted for tampering? I do find that kind of confusing, because again, I'm very interested in the source. Like, oh, were those your narcotics that you were transferring, or were they somebody else's? I think it makes a difference.
Yeah, and why didn't they charge the possession of the narcotics?
I guess she wasn't in possession, but you see, that's where I get confused by that. And then, okay, so if it's only her, that's telling me somebody flipped and said, oh yeah, she gave it to me and I hit him for her, so, or something. But
yeah, I mean, I suspect there's probably a lot of people flipping on this one. So, yeah, somebody's asking the question I was thinking, which is marijuana illegal in New Mexico?
Apparently not. And I almost hate to say a source told me, but with the boat I'm in right now. But I heard a rumor, folks, that it was white powder from somewhere.
Ooh. Now I could see, because I've heard reports that she was smoking marijuana like the night before and so forth. But if we're talking white powder, I could see it belonging to someone else, and handing it to her saying, you got to get rid of this for me. And she's like, what the hell am I doing with this? Here, you take this.
Could be.
It's,
I mean, think about it. Okay, so the kind of gross part about this, though, is allegedly, rumoredly, this transferring took place while they were trying to resuscitate Helena Hutchins, which is kind of gross.
I mean, the thing is I could see that too, right? It's
yeah.
There are so many situations where people panic and their primary concern is themselves. And like, I've seen video where somebody gets stabbed, and then somebody else nearby is like, oh, and they're getting rid of their drugs or getting rid of, like,
sure.
I had a file where it was like some other crime happens and my guy is caught getting rid of a gun. It's like, okay, yep. And he actually probably would have done better if he'd held on to the gun, because once he throws the gun away, there's no search issues. They can just poke around there. And so, yeah.
The AC guy is pointing out, oh my God, she smoked the night before. So what? I want to point out that I believe that when you are working in the function of an armorer, especially under a federal firearms license, you absolutely are forbidden to be partaking of an illegal substance. So that's why most of them just get drunk. Sad, but true.
I was talking, most of the armorers I heard basically said that they don't drink until everything is locked away. And even once everything's locked away, they drink politely, like not to the point where they're having a big rip up.
Right.
Nothing where you're going to be hungover or tired the next day. It's 2 drinks to bed next day. Now, they said when they're done, then they'll get, and all the guns are away, then they might get smashed. But
sure.
Yeah.
Sure. But I think they're sort of like pilots in that regard. Pilots in general don't drink a lot at night before the next day. Maybe a wine with dinner at most, whatever. They keep it down.
Yeah, and pilots might drink heavily when they're not flying, but if they're flying, they're not, because pilots pilots don't touch weed.
No,
because
it's similar principle. Yeah.
The half-life on it is like 30 days. So if you're going to get pee tested,
or hair tested, if you have hair.
A bunch of alcohol the night before would be way worse. It was also alleged
She was hungover.
that
Yes.
she was hungover from drinking a whole bunch of alcohol the night before.
Yeah, and
So-
I'm not on a crusade against weed. I'm just talking about the laws and whatever. It is what it is on that. So
I literally have some here.
well, you're in Canada. I mean, it's recreational.
Yeah,
right? I mean,
it's entirely legal, and YouTube doesn't care about marijuana so long as it's legal.
But they do care about drinking. Ironically, go ahead and start drinking on the stream. They care more about that, or even worse, light a cigar, like a tobacco cigar. It's like weed's cool, but can't have smoking. It just there's some of the weirdest things that
I think their rule for drinking is that you're not supposed to drink to excess. But I mean, lots of people run like drinking streams where they get good and smashed,
including an tube.
Yeah, I'm not calling anyone out here, but I am doing something entirely different on mine. I'm running a similar thing where I'm doing a hot sauce roulette.
Oh, well, there you go. You're on your own.
Oh, YouTube does not care if I consume even even very hot sauces on the stream. That they don't mind. But yeah, no. And I haven't looked through. Did you check over this document, the supplement to motion to dismiss second amended information and motion to dismiss third amended information?
I have not. No.
So they want to throw out the charges.
Bowles. Okay, that's Bowles' filing based on Baldwin's, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, which makes sense. I mean, it's like, well, hey, here he is skating. We agree. Help us.
Yeah.
But I think that's why the hangover to transfer, all of this is being stacked in to say, no, this is a different case because we're not saying that Baldwin did all these things here. We're saying that you did. That takes it to another level of irresponsibility beyond his, in my opinion. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
And I mean, Baldwin is like I did some streams on, Baldwin talking about, listen, they're starting to cut so many corners on this prosecution. And I was saying, it's looking likely that Baldwin could get this thrown out. And this was before they yanked it because the prosecution is behaving so badly.
Yeah.
And
I actually made the joke that the Baldwin's team is slicing it up so badly that it's going to become a parking ticket. And I was wrong because he couldn't even get a parking citation out of this.
Yeah, they it just ended up so badly handled that that what's left? Well, nothing.
But the problem is there's a new crew in town and they want to handle me and drag me into this mess.
Oh, man.
I don't like that because they're really hot on it.
I really hope that they don't, do that and like search your crap. That's
it's a nightmare because I think of just the little things like, great. If they're going to search your way, are they going to seize my phone so I don't have a phone anymore? I mean, I do business on that, and things like that. That's part of what I'm, mostly concerned about is like interrupting my life. I'm not a full-time YouTuber. This is my gig. This is all I do. And it can affect me very, very directly.
Well, yeah. If they come in and seize all of your computers and so forth.
Yeah.
It's like, well, what do you do? Yeah, it can be really a real problem. So I hope that they're not looking to do that, but you might want to buy some lemon pound cake just to, have that on hand.
Oh, no, I mean, I'm not going to buy or do anything. I'm not going to hide any evidence or anything else. I mean, it's all going to sit right there. If they see stuff, I guess I'm going to have to go in debt, buying another computer and buying a phone to get by. I mean, I understand that there's certain things that I cannot control. And this is a problem I have because I think I'm absolutely in the right. There's a legislation that says I'm in the right and everything else. But the problem is the process can still punish me.
Oh, absolutely. You can get ruined just by the, going through it all. Nate is fantastic. I'm sure he, I don't know if he's doing it for free and you shouldn't tell me because, client communications, but If he's not, he's expensive. So yeah, all of that is just its own set of headaches. I've seen people win and end up bankrupted.
Oh yeah,
and yeah,
it's called
this
lawfare. That works very well. I mean, it's like if you can, but that's kind of ironically what Baldwin could be seen doing against the Santa Fe department. He has more money than they can raise.
Yeah,
and
and
they,
I mean, I thought Baldwin's lawyer was going to be a bit of a clown show, because I looked up his law firm, and it's like, oh, we do entertainment law.
yep.
And I'm like, great, you do contracts, you do NDAs, you do negotiations, you do all of this stuff. I'm like, but now you're getting into criminal defense. And
You know what, though? I can't help but think you're forgetting about old Hollywood.
yeah,
I mean, because remember, actors and actresses get in some real trouble. So it makes a certain sense that you might have some hidden talents, if you will, inside of the law firm that you wouldn't quite
oh,
expect, and they are good.
he was an absolute, like, I in the first video I was like, what is he doing still running this with his entertainment lawyer? Like, get your Johnny Cochran on this. But that guy came in swinging. It was a real sleeper hit on that one.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like, wow, I did not expect him to be such a freight train against the prosecution. And now, to be fair, the prosecution really made it easy on him. Like,
Oh,
hey,
sure.
we're charging you with this. Oh, we didn't bother to check that it was in force at the time. Hey, we just can't shut up in front of the media, was another big problem for the prosecution.
Which I can't. I also kind of wonder, though, because okay, the prosecution is funded by the same people who Baldwin's very tight with. I can be slightly conspiracy minded, and it could be argued that if you overcharge somebody, that might be a way to make things go away too.
Yeah, I think that they could have made it go away a lot more quietly, because this one kind of humiliated them in the process.
Sure, not with the delays though.
I mean, if I was gonna have to humiliate myself like that over all of this, I think I would want more than just, like, unless we start seeing the prosecutors like showing up in the next Baldwin movie, then I might be like, oh, I have some concerns
Well, she's
today.
gonna be running for attorney general, so
yeah, I guess. Do we see if, like,
and I think that the DA handed it off, boom, to get it out of her, lap. I mean, it's a hot potato. So even the first prosecutor, Reeb, she deliberately picked a major trumper. And that is almost perfect politically because she is a Democrat. So she picked somebody from the opposite party to represent that. That's no skin off of her nose.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, like, do we see some situation like where there's it'll be really interesting if we see, like, oh, just to show there's no hard feelings with the prosecution here, I'm going to make a donation to to their campaign. It'll be like, ooh, I got some problems here.
I think you could find a way, or people could find a way to do it in an indirect fashion. I mean, the same way that I don't know about your crowd, but like George Soros likes to fund DAs, but George Soros doesn't write a check saying, signing George Soros when he donates. He has organizations under him, and then they will donate to DAs, which are very inexpensive.
If I had George Soros money, I would be, what is it? I would be funding all sorts of political campaigns too. But, I would probably be funding them in different directions. I'd be like, hey, who's going to not prosecute all the stupid, all this, like, various stupid things?
Yeah, well, whatever it is, I think it's very clever. That's all I'm saying is that DAs are cheap. If you look at the how much it costs somebody to run in a race for DA, a lot of people don't think about it. It's a good one to fund.
Well, small races can have some big impacts, but are cheap, like mayoral races. Somebody's budget to win it might be $50,000, which is like
Nothing.
That's money that you can get off your mortgage, So Yeah, it's tough. I don't think that there's anything like that going on here. Just cynically speaking, I don't think that
No,
there's
no,
anything
I
going
don't
on.
think that.
It
I
just
don't think it's direct. I do think that sympathetic wise that Baldwin's politics run parallel with some of the people involved.
yeah, but I mean, it's hard not to because Baldwin's politics are super common in politics, right? It's um
Well, in
we
New Mexico is a blue state, quote unquote, and Alec
yeah,
Baldwin is very well known. Again, I'm not trying to make a statement any direction. I'm just saying, hey, um, it's easier in some ways.
oh, fair enough. I should probably get to some of the super chats because
Oh
I
yeah.
think I owe my chat a roulette wheel spin.
Oh well,
Um,
there you go. Get on it.
so we've got Marvin from Czechoslovakia. I think this is a $20 equivalent saying, I'm glad you can be more active again, but I'll have to watch on replay. I'm looking forward to more games on Roll of Law. Roll of Law is my side channel because you know how YouTube is. If you talk about two things on one channel,
I have
they
4.
will decide that your audience is only the overlapping part of the Venn diagram.
Mm-hmm.
So if I talk about role-playing games and law on this channel, I will get like YouTube will decide my audience should be 12 people.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to split off. It's just my funsies channel, but I enjoy it. We've got I love it. Ian gets dinner. We get a show from Ragman YYC. Nice. Have you ever met a hot sauce that is too spicy for you? Yes. In part because my spice tolerance has like grown and shrunk over the years at different points, but also some of them are just designed to be murder and that's it.
Like
So,
ghost peppers or whatever.
I mean, I like some ghost pepper sauces, but like some of them are just pure. I've got a sauce that's called Regret. Um,
Perfectly named.
it clocks in at 6 million Scovilles, and you get like a little tiny jar of it. So you can't like coat chicken wings with it because you just don't get enough of it. It's intended for like a little bit in like a pot of stew.
Mm-hmm.
I would like that's not one that I'm ever going to put in the hot sauce roulette because I would die. And also, it was not cheap, and I would like he'd use up half the bottle on one chicken wing, and you're like, okay, well, that was a mistake. And we've got Keep It Spicy In from Aaron Olivia. Nice. Chris Mullen with the Australian $20 super sticker. I think Australian is pretty close to Canadian here.
I think so.
We've got Professor of Logic became a new member, and Cookie Grandma. Hey, Runkle, is anyone covering Nexon versus Iron Mace over the dark and darker copyright cases in Korea and U.S.? I have not heard of that one, but I'm going to write it down. I don't know what that is. Have you heard of that one?
Check with Jeff or Andrew Esquire or whatever. They're both in Korea. Maybe they know.
Yeah. Andrew Esquire is really busy with his Disney coverage, which he's doing. I think he's the only one who actually understands any of that stuff.
Well, you think how crazy this is, though. You have 2 lawyers who are not exactly expats, but close, both in Korea. And both of them this year, you have one of them who has this weird corner of the law dealing with like corporate, whatever, Disney situation. And then now you have the Titanic sub for the other one who's a nautical law guy. And I'm like, how is this possible? They're both in Korea, both in this rarefied field or very highly specialized field, and both of them get their cases. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I mean the problem is that like my thing of like firearm stuff, we've got a firearm case with the the Rush shooting, but everyone wants to cover firearm cases, whereas like the Disney thing is so complicated that most of us looked at it and went, I don't know, like what the heck is that?
Yeah, it's like a company town situation, isn't it?
I don't understand how they're allowed to, like, they've got their own weird little rule set up there. I'm not like, a lot of people are in it because of the politics, right? They're like, hey, I don't like what
Sure.
Disney's doing, and I don't care. I never expect corporations to be on my side, right? I kind of
Unless your
figured,
side involves the dollar that you're both going to earn. But
yeah, it's like um, if you think that a corporation is your friend, you are being suckered. Is really what that comes down to.
it's sort of like if you think you're getting something for free, then you're the product.
Yeah, classic, classic line there, and it's true. But it's also like, all of these companies that are like, hey, we're pro whatever cause.
Mm-hmm.
If they thought that they would make more money being anti whatever cause, they would spin on a dime. Same thing with your local politicians too, by the way. If you think your politician is your friend, it's you're actually more friends with their focus group. Is what it comes down to.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I owe people a spin on the wheel of hot sauces.
You're on your own, buddy.
Oh yeah, no,
I go all in and rock like an Anaheim pepper.
So this one, this is a good draw here. Um, this is my
Your
own
own.
brand of hot sauce that came up.
Nice.
So I mentioned this when we were on Viva's stream there. I got into making, or I didn't. This is sort of my inspiration for the recipe. The guy sort of he made a few tweaks to it, but it's basically the same flavor as what I sent him. And so I went in and made a hot sauce, and once I managed to navigate the regulatory hurdles, I'm going to be selling these bottles. I've got over 100 of them. So
in the States or Canada, or how are you working?
Both. I want to sell them in both at the same time.
Do you have a distributor?
I don't. I was planning on selling them just direct mail, and that's another headache. So the way the U.S. works is you have to fill out a pre-clearance form, and it's just a form, but you have to do that for each shipment. And so what is a shipment? Well, if you send 100 bottles over, that's a shipment.
I was going to say you're better off shipping them to a distributor in a lump sum.
The problem is if I ship them to a distributor, the distributor is probably going to take the entirety of the value of the shipment. Then I'm probably losing money just when they get their cut.
Well, that's where I think if you can get a partnership with somebody who just will spit out the bottles, the bottling or whatever, and just get a royalty off of it, that may wind up being a better option for you.
Yeah, I got to see, because with small production like this, there's not a huge number of there's not sort of a huge profit margin, and it's already a matter of trying to keep costs low.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, I'll probably
everybody saying ship it to Rob. Yeah, Rob wants to go to the post office to ship bottles when people order them for Ian.
Yeah.
That's a problem I have. It's like I use Spreadshirt, which is tied in with YouTube, and I get like $2, $3, whatever for a t-shirt. Or I don't get a lot, but I don't have to ship it. I don't have to carry it. I don't have to inventory it or have a warehouse. So it's like, it is what it is. I'm not a great salesperson on that front.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to print out labels. I'm going to have to all of that stuff. And it's miserable, but it is what it is if I want to sell it. If I wanted to make a bigger business of things, what I would probably do is just try to sell it to stores and just be like, hey, store, buy 50 of these and you'll move them. Or even just get a table at a farmer's market or something. So, all right. So I've got this sauce chicken here. Let's see how we do. Here's hoping I don't die. And I'm just
I'm here for you, brother. Enjoy.
Ooh.
Now, are you eating it with something like a cracker or something to help absorb the pain?
I've got chicken wings.
Oh, okay.
So
okay.
I'm saucing up a wing and then going to town on that.
All right.
You know, the traditional. I don't
Now,
know.
are you slathering, or are you just like putting a couple drops? Like, people put a couple drops of Tabasco sauce in something sometimes.
Oh, I'm giving it a good coat.
Okay. So you're a psycho. Okay.
Yeah,
Just so we know.
I like hot sauce. It's just, but this one is a fairly hot sauce, so it's brutal. So we'll just have to get that all sorted out. I gotta get my kitchen FDA registered, and then once that's done, I should be able to sell them.
Okay.
You were talking about the submarine. That's
a horrible. And by the way, I know this may come up in the chat. There is a very famous submarine called the CSS Hunley.
Yes.
And it was the first submarine that was used in warfare and successfully did sink a ship along with its own crew. I don't believe I'm directly related to the Horace Hunley, who created it. I think he was adopted into my family line way back whenever, but I don't think I am directly. And he died, much like the CEO on this submarine, before it even went out. So he died when they were testing it. They pulled them out, cleared the bodies, and then found new people to go in and die when they used it at sea. Very depressing story.
It actually, if I recall correctly, 3 times they sailed it, 3 times it sunk, killing everyone aboard. And I was just like, there's a certain point where you're just going, maybe let's stop this. Like, maybe this is a bad idea. And my chat is going to be annoyed at me if I don't swoop, so I'll run the swoop here.
I don't know what that is, but is that how you break up segments?
Just breaks up segments.
Helps for, are you like bookmark or chapter your streams?
Sometimes. I'm lazy, but in theory, it makes it easier. It's just whether or not I actually do it. But now, there's always somebody. I mean, I've got a bit of a dark sense of humor, so there's always somebody in the chat who's saying, "Hey, listen, you've got to be, you got to be more considerate." So I'll just say, if there's somebody in the chat who is related to the deceased or friends with the deceased, the deceased billionaires, let me know, and I will be happy to not talk about this tonight for the modest super chat of $1,000.
Okay, I like that. You call that the courtesy grift?
Yes, exactly.
Oh my Lord!
It's
wow. I got to get better at that.
Hey, if they're friends with billionaires, then what is it? They're that's probably pocket change for them.
I feel so bad for that poor kid though. Who
the kid I feel bad for.
Oh my God! It's like, I could just see that he's so completely terrified. He's like, but he loves his dad, and it's Father's Day. Oh man, that's the stuff that just crushes me.
Yeah, that's the one where I'm like, because everyone else is like, you take your chances, right? And that's the thing, is it's like you go into extreme sports. Sometimes those extreme sports will have extreme consequences. That's why they're called extreme sports, right? It's like, hey, guy who loves jumping out of planes dies jumping out of a plane. It's like, well, you knew that was a risk, right? You knew that was, but right. The kid
and the CEO, you're kind of like, I'm sorry, I have very little sympathy for Mr. Diversity hire, if you will. It's like, oh, I don't want a bunch of 50-year-old white guys who know what they're doing. I mean, it's distressing. Now, I get it. I mean, hiring young people, but have experienced people there too. Come on, blend this. Don't.
Yeah, somebody, like, a lot of people have spun this as like he's super woke, and I'm like, I don't think he's woke on this. I think he was just thinking that he needs the like. I think he was just being age discriminatory. Like, we're gonna hire young people because we want, young hot people on our ad copy and not some old grizzled, Navy captain.
You know what else I think it is? I
What's
think that
that?
the 50-something-year-old men would say, this
Yeah,
isn't safe. There's
yeah,
something wrong here. Because there's that 2018 lawsuit that Southern Law pulled up, or somebody did. He sent me, and these people were saying this is a train wreck, and people with that submarine experience in the military or whatever would say, "Oh no, everything's wrong with this. There's everything wrong."
yeah. I think that this is kind of a Hannah Gutierrez Reed thing. Whereas on the Rust set, it was like, she's cheap and our budget is like, $12 and a half a sandwich.
And a
In this
beer.
case,
Sorry.
yeah, in this case, it was more just, I think, that he didn't want, like, he wanted the inexperience because the experience was probably telling him to go to hell.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I suspect that there's a real strong element of just he wanted a room full of people who wouldn't question him.
Right.
And
Or somebody's pointing out, hey, I'm a 29-year-old fresh out in engineering school. I know how flawed it is. I get it. But let me add another thing. People who would know what he's doing and have the gravitas to push back on him
yeah,
as well. I guess it would be another way to put it.
it takes some life experience sometimes to tell somebody, like the guy who's paying your salary, go F yourself. We're not doing this. It's so, and I mean, I think a guy who like is a former Navy, like has that military background, is going to be able to stand in his face and be like, no. Whereas maybe somebody who's just fresh out of school and this is their big break isn't. But yeah, this is the lawsuit. Ocean Gate and David Lockridge, and the marital community composed thereof. That's always interesting. But yeah, there's a bunch of spicy stuff in this that I'm just wondering, would you have gotten on the sub if you'd
Hell
actually,
no.
like, if people have read this? Like,
No, and Mr. Beast is like, thank God I didn't do it. And Cameron's like, oh, nope. Now,
oh,
I know some of it could be considered Monday morning quarterbacking, but I'm going to trust Cameron as being pretty sharp because that dude has been really tied in with all the deep sea diving. I'd say more than any other well-known person on the planet.
can you
And
imagine if Mr. Beast had been on that thing?
woo,
That would have been like, yeah. Um,
it would get, but believe me, that would go viral. Woo.
well, I mean,
Yeah.
they wouldn't have had any recordings because it got crushed into a cube way too fast and way too hard to, preserve any sort of data thing.
Oh yeah.
But
By the way, that's the blessing.
it is.
That nobody. I mean, they might have had a slight and it's done.
Yeah, I mean, ironically, the worst thing might have been actually they had a little like alarm system for the hull is about to fail, and so it might have been like they get an alarm, and it's like, what does that mean? Oh, don't worry about it. Nothing to be concerned about. Boom, lights out.
Yeah.
You literally you wouldn't have even been able to notice it was happening. Most of us don't get don't get to go that fast. So
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, I consider it a blessing because I think about the alternative when they were saying, "Oh, I hear knocking," and it's like, can you imagine in that tube, in
oh
that
man,
freezing water for 2 days, and you go knock, 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 knock. Oh, that's the stuff because I'm a little bit claustrophobic and I'm a little bit afraid of certain heights and things like that. And no, that's a nightmare. There's no way I'd be on that stupid thing. Even if James Cameron was piloting it, I wouldn't be on there.
yeah, no, it's I might have been able to tolerate that if I was like the only person in it. But when you're talking about that small of a space with 5 people, I would have just been like, just I got to get out. And but yeah, I mean, some people have asked sort of the legal question of why are they allowed to poke around the Titanic? Isn't it like
International
something that should
waters.
be protected? It's international waters. Unless we get a treaty from like all nations that says you can't go near it, people are going to go near it.
And really, I don't care. I mean, it's like it's difficult for them to do anything with it. If they bring any of it up, it just almost dissolves in of itself. So if it sits there, it's whatever.
I mean, it's actually in some ways worth sending things down to get more video of it because it's got a limited time.
Sure.
I think they've said like in 20 years, you won't actually be able to recognize it as a boat.
Yeah.
Like it's just falling apart down there. So, because the ocean is very hard on everything. So, there's also the possibility, and this is people are saying, why are you talking about this? There's a possibility that this ends up in Canadian court. Canada has said that they are so Canada's conducting its own investigation and is basically threatening that they might bring it into court in Canada. And the reason why it's in international waters, but it's closest to Canada. And so where did the ship leave that, that dropped them off? Canada. That's Canada's potentially looking into going after.
What's weird is I think that the main lawsuit that's out there, they dropped it because they're like, you know what? It's not about money. It is kind of like, who are you going to punish? The guy's family? As if they're not punished already. I'm just kind of like that's where I feel like you're picking a carcass on some of the lawsuits or trying them. He's paid the ultimate penalty, folks.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of it, people are asking, is OceanGate going to get sued over this? And I'm going,
what is there?
The CEO is dead, and the company was really his baby. So it's one of these companies that I don't think can survive him not being there.
And I'm going to bet, informally, a lot of money that he cut every corner, didn't insure anything. It was probably totally fly by night, band-aids and bailey wire
whatsoever.
And there's no money. I'm willing to bet there's almost no money, and that's part of why he's cutting every corner possible.
They, their submarine is gone. But let's say that a backup sub, the value of that backup sub has dropped to like nothing.
Well, at discount tickets, Ian.
Yeah, buy one for your mother-in-law. It's
there you go. we can find a new crew.
People are saying, I'm sure he had a very nice life insurance policy. I am going to bet solid money that this is one of those things that falls outside of your life insurance. Folks, this is really worth doing. This is a good thing to check. Is if you've got a life insurance policy, read it, because it will have important exceptions for things like if you do things that we consider extremely dangerous.
Like self-deletion isn't covered.
Now, in Canada, it's interesting. They have to cover it.
Oh, because of the government allowing it, right?
Because they say it's mental illness. What they can do is they can put in a clause that says it won't cover it within like a year. So if you self-delete within a year of getting the life insurance, then it doesn't pay out. But after that, they have to, because they say it's mental illness, and nobody's planning that, nobody's planning it that long ahead.
That's crazy. And by the way, that's not necessarily true. There are people who do plan ahead.
Yeah, just this is sort of the rules where I am, but in lots of places they won't cover it ever under your policy.
Well, because in a way, I mean, if you think about it, you are quite literally gaming the system. Even though you're paying the ultimate price to do it, that sort of is gaming the system. It's like, let me take out $1 million life insurance policy. Okay, my family's taken care of.
this is also a situation where it's one of the things that's been found to be responsible for the number of gun accidents is that they will sometimes fudge what what the autopsy says if it's an insurance issue.
Or to not embarrass the family would be another
Or to not
reason.
embarrass the family. And
Sure.
sometimes the families have been known to do things like, they come home and they find a note and, the
Note
and they'll be like,
disappears.
the note disappears and like, let's put out the cleaning equipment. Which, by the way, don't do that because you could go to jail for a long, long time.
M is saying it's a rather odd way to take care of your family. Let me paint a little bit more of a picture. I'm running a business, let's say Ocean Gate, and there's a horrible accident, and I don't happen to be on the vessel when that happens. And every bit of my family's fortune and everything else is going to go away. But if I happen to have a good insurance policy and I happen to disappear, then yes, my family would be taken care of. This could be a restaurant. This could be any kind of a crisis situation that is terrible financial straits for a family. Absolutely, people will do that. Or even I'm going to have intensive medical bills. This is a stateside thing, but more than Canada per se. But I can relieve them of this burden. So there are many reasons.
And the other thing is that people in that state typically aren't thinking right. They're not thinking, in the way you or I might think, just, sort of sitting around. And they might be thinking, well, I'm a burden, but at least now they'll get something out of it.
Have you seen some of the studies where I think it was Brooklyn Bridge, where because not everyone has perished when they jumped off of the Brooklyn Bridge, and they interviewed them because it's kind of fascinating studies, and there's a certain impulsiveness that happens in a lot of the cases where they were not necessarily of the mindset, and I'm being very careful with the YouTube language, by the way.
Yeah.
They weren't of the mindset, let's say, to do something that drastic, and then they almost have this weird impulse when they're there, and then they just do it. And I'm like, that to me is so frightening. That idea of you're there and you just get this crazy whim and you do, and then they're fine after. I don't know. That's spooky.
And there's like one person talked about how they went out there, they had a plan and they jumped, and then the initial thing they realized as they're now is they're like, all of my problems are solvable if I really put some work into it, except one, which is that I'm off a bridge. And so they were like, oh yeah, let's not, so it's all of that is a complicated thing, but my chat is reminding me I do a thing at the 2-hour mark.
Oh, sorry. Go for it.
That I have to run. That's to mark the point where the what do you call it? Where YouTube stops paying as much attention.
Oh.
And now we could break out the swear words and all that stuff. Okay. So, but yeah, I mean this lawsuit is, he disagreed with their position to dive the submersible without any non-destructive testing to prove its integrity, and to subject passengers to potential extreme danger in an experimental submersible. Did you see the video of him doing a talk with like some technology group?
I saw the interview and I pulled a clip from it and did a short where he was talking about the remote control and the stuff I was talking about earlier about the 50-year-old white guys and blah blah blah. But I don't know about the other.
There's another one where he's talking about so he went and used some university's pressure testing lab, and they had a little tiny model of the submarine, and they put it to 6,000 feet under pressure, and then it blew up and destroyed They had to like pay for a bunch of damage
Mhm.
and so forth. And he's like, if you're not breaking things, then you're not really innovating. And if you're not, he's like, and everybody's going to tell you about risk, and you got to, just push through all of that. And I'm going, oh my God.
Foreshadowing much?
Oh,
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he said something like, what was it? Safety stops all progress, or I mean, they're pulling quotes from this guy like everywhere. He's obviously a maverick, and
Yeah.
I would never have gotten on. But then again, I wouldn't have gotten on the vessel with anybody, so I'm not going to pretend. Not on that thing ever. Not even a perfect one. Not even one that I know has gone up and down to the Titanic 264 times. Will never ever have a problem. No way.
the other, so people are asking, like, would a waiver matter? And the thing is waivers sometimes are protection, but sometimes not. You should think of a waiver like a gas station condom. It might be better than not having one, but maybe don't trust it too far. It's so if you're running like when you sign those waivers to go like skiing and so forth, they may protect they may protect the company, but they may not. And here, I don't think that any waiver is going to be helpful to them, just because of how reckless they were and how many corners they cut. And
I think a waiver is for. I'm going to guess like if I create a race car, but I build it to the best possible safety standards possible, but you're going to take it and drive it at 200 plus miles an hour. You're understanding that you're pushing the absolute limits of what I've created. I've done everything I can in safety, whatever else, but you're still you're taking your own risks. So you're going to sign a waiver saying, no, I understand that I'm pushing the boundaries of everything to do this. That would seem like a more reasonable waiver. Now, if I made that same race car and I didn't bother welding half of the joints in it, then
like
it would be
you knew the brakes
set.
had failed and you're just like, run it anyway, or something like that. Yeah. There's plenty of activities that have like an ordinary level of risk. And skiing, right? You can end up dying going skiing. It happens all the time.
Right.
But there's a difference between like you're going skiing and like we know that this ski hill has super hazards on it.
Right.
And I see Lara M pointing out, and I was going to note this, Peter Tragos, lawyer, is going through the waivers. I'm letting him focus on that. I'm sort of briefly covering this here because he does personal injury. So this is right up his wheelhouse. And but I don't think a waiver is going to hold up in this circumstance.
None of the lawyers that I've heard from think so. And I think because of that, because it was so flagrantly, like from my understanding, it's not even rated to the depth that it was going.
No. What I heard is that their windows were rated to 1,300 meters and they needed to go down to 4,000 meters. And
it's so disturbing. I mean, the pressure, somebody did a diagram showing exactly the depth of it. And like a quarter of the way down is too deep for like sperm whales and the biggest, it's like there's nothing survivable, and it's insanely low.
Yeah, it's stuff like if you if you throw something that you think is like entirely secure, like you throw a propane tank in the water, before it'll get to that depth, it has crushed itself into a cube and the propane has escaped. It's like we're talking about insane depths where it's like we are well past the area where we are meant to exist. We are actively picking a fight with nature here and physics.
And I think the ones that go truly that deep are almost perfectly spherical because of that. Like they can withstand the most possible pressure from all directions.
Yeah, and I mean, you'll look at it and you see like a waterproof watch, and it'll say
Mhm.
waterproof to 25 meters.
Even that'll say water resistant.
Yeah,
Even that, even though they're rated to that, you'll notice they say resistant.
even the ones that say proof will give you to like
Sure.
25 meters, because it's like, this is the point where we confirm that we can get to, like a diving watch or something. And
Mhm.
diving watches might say 100 meters if you're buying a really good one or something
That's
like
about the
that.
extent of it. And they're probably good to 300 meters.
But it's,
Maybe triple whatever that is, but it's nowhere near down that
yeah,
far. I mean, that's insane stuff.
yeah, it's just, this is like you're gonna go down and punch Cthulhu. That's your goal. So, yeah,
And then, yeah, somebody's pointing out the carbon fiber. That's what James Cameron said. It makes so much sense because it's layered material.
yeah.
Everything you said is like pure titanium, one unit, perfect, no imperfections allowed of any kind. And when you're layering material, I mean, carbon fiber is kind of like a cast that you put on your arm. It's great for a broken arm, but not so great for holding a perfect form.
The other one that people have sort of commented on, or some of the people like engineers have pointed out, is that you run into a real problem when you start combining these materials, and that it's really hard to make the junction between carbon fiber and any other material.
Sure.
And at those joins is like, it's a point of weakness. And
And you've got that expansion, contraction, expansion, contraction. It's similar. That's why, believe it or not, servers, and I'm from an IT background, right?
yeah,
Your servers last longer because they're never shut off. The
yeah,
most damage from the computers is when you shut them down. The heat causes a contraction on the circuit boards of all the wires and stuff. And then when you turn it back on, it expands, contracts, expands, contracts. But if you turn it on and you almost never turn it off, it stays at that expanded level, and that helps it last longer.
same thing with the places that boast, like, we've had a light bulb that's been going for 100 years.
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee, like, those light bulbs, they leave them on. And in some cases, if you went in and flicked the switch off and flicked them back on, that light bulb that'd be it.
Done.
It'd be done. But because it stays on, it lasts longer. You burn out light bulbs flipping them on and off all the time.
Sure.
This is also part of how they screw you on the like when they say, "Hey, this light bulb lasts for 8,000 hours."
Mm-hmm.
You know that they test that without ever turning it off.
Oh,
So,
sure.
yeah.
But okay. But here's one. I don't know. I'm getting deep into it. There was a light bulb cabal, right?
Yes, and that they intentionally push down the
Yes.
value, like the
Yes.
rating of
It's
light bulbs.
crazy. Yes. And it happened like in the teens or 20s, somewhere in that time frame. But yeah, all of the light bulb manufacturers like, okay, these things are lasting too long here. We need to get material that burns up a little bit faster. And by the way, the public supported this because they argued and said that people are going to lose jobs because the light bulbs are lasting too long. So in order to keep people working, we've got to let the light bulbs burn out. I'm not kidding, Ian. Look it up. It's funny.
Well, it's actually funny. Instant Pot, the company,
Mm-hmm.
is having financial difficulties, and one of the problems with Instant Pot is that they actually make good products, and so like they last. And so it's like, how do you sell somebody a second Instant Pot when the first one is still going in like 5 or 6 years?
That's when you get into fashion. Like you get the
Yeah,
super color or what, like if you get a Cuisinart mixer for a kitchen, right? A
yeah.
really good one's going to last for 3 generations, but they make like, oh, this one's a bright red one or this one. And that's sometimes a way to mitigate that is to, use fashion or style to
When
take
you look
things.
at like the 60s and 70s, they would do this thing where it's like, every couple of years they would change the color of every kitchen appliance
Mm-hmm.
that they sell, and then they would do things like, are you using the old out of fashion,
Yeah.
like, are you using last year's model,
Oh, it's
the new
gross.
ones?
Yep.
And then, when you bring the neighbors over, they're like, oh, you've got the green stuff, everyone's on blue now.
Mm-hmm.
And you know,
Oh, you must be poor.
yeah.
So,
Meanwhile, I'm like, I will use whatever. So
mhm.
yeah, I'm it's funny. I had a client who got very pissed off because he was waiting for me at the courthouse, and I drove up in a Civic. And he's like, the lawyer for the other guy drove up in a Mercedes, and I'm like, cool. Did you want to pay to buy me a Mercedes? Like, are you saying that I'm not charging you enough? He's like, well, you can't be that successful if you're driving a Civic. Like,
Dude, we have a place here in Williamsburg, and people live on folding chairs and mattresses on the floor just to have the zip code or an address there. And they will drive a nice car and have an address just for that purpose, just for that image. And it is really terribly sad,
oh,
but it does happen.
yeah. But I was just like, hey, man, I'm charging you Civic money, not Mercedes money. But if you want, I can start charging you Mercedes money. And the best part is the lawyer that we were up against, I know he's not very good. Or, not up against, sort of. It was a case of like two guys in a car, and they're both pointing the finger at the other one,
Sure.
saying the drugs belong to him.
Saudi.
The other guy's lawyer did a bad job, and ultimately, like, I ended up carrying us both in because I felt so bad for his client. So I ended up basically saying, like, the police don't know whose drugs this is. You can't convict guy one because it could be guy two's drugs, and you can't convict guy two because it could be guy one's drugs. You can't convict anybody here. But the other lawyer was not doing a very good job. And afterwards, my client was like, okay, I see what you mean. I'm like,
well, here's the other irony. At least here in the States, some of the top flight defense lawyers will dress with a Sears suit because they're trying to be relatable to the common person. Yeah. And they may be rich as hell with the best car you can imagine. But, I think your job is about reaching, well, I don't know your cases, but, many lawyers is to reach the jury. I mean, are you a fellow person with the jury? Are you a peer to the jury? Can they relate to you?
I almost never meet clients for the first time in a suit because it's just like you're dealing with criminal clients. And if you meet them in a suit, they see you as this other, right? And so sometimes it's you bring them in and, I had a client say, I didn't know lawyers swore. And I'm like, am I offending you? He's like, no. He's like, I'm an iron worker. Like, we swear all the time. Like, cool. Like, let's do it. I've actually had to swear at clients before. I had a guy who got very upset because he said I was mean to him. He called me the next day. He was in custody and he was drunk. And he's like, I'm just going to tell the cops my side of the story. And I said, listen, you fucking moron. You shut the up. So the next day he calls me up and he's like, you were real rude to me on the phone. I said, yeah. Did you talk to the cops? He says, no. I said, then you understood what I was telling you. He says, I guess. Like, cool. Because
then you should have just said, you're welcome.
Yeah, I said, if I hadn't been rude to you like that, you wouldn't have gotten the message. You were drunk. You were, you needed to hear it straight. And he's like, so what if I had, like, maybe I could have talked to the cops? I'm like, tell you what, talk to 3 other lawyers. If any of them says it would have been a good idea for you to talk to the cops that night, like, I will sign your law society complaint. But, like, that's the reason you're not going to jail on this file. And he's like, so yeah, he was like, okay, I think I understand. I'm like, yeah, you needed to understand at that moment. So it was, he was like, I'm like, the fact that you can have hurt feelings right now from your own chair is a good place there.
I'm going to make a guess that, many of your clients aren't necessarily those who look to themselves for the problems and probably blame external forces rather than change their own behavior.
Oh man, lots of that, but also lots of people who recognize that they are. I mean, there's a lot of addicts and so forth who might recognize that they are broken and struggling, and they wish they could do better, but they also know they can't. Right? You know, if you're battling with a heroin addiction, it's real hard to go and get a day job and just stop the heroin. So people who are just kind of tragic because they realize that their life is screwed up, and they also realize that they can't do anything about it, and they're trying, but yeah. So fun times on that. I guess to get away from the depression, we can look at something funny.
Yeah, sure.
Have you been following the ChatGPT lawyers?
No, I mean, I know about the ChatGPT, that a lawyer used ChatGPT for a case. Oh, that is Avianca. Yeah. Okay. And he cited cases that the judge apparently wasn't a lazy judge. The judge actually looked up the citations and said, these are bullshit.
Well, first it was the other side who said basically, and I'm sure what happened is that the other side had done their research and looked into the issue, and they hadn't found any of these cases. And then suddenly they're being presented with a bunch of cases that are like, you're going to lose this argument. And they're going, how did we miss this?
Yeah, I can see the conversation. The senior lawyer looks at the associate saying, why didn't you find that, you son of a bitch?
Yeah.
Or something.
Why didn't you let us know we're about to get screwed on this? We're going to get embarrassed. And then it's like, well,
your chat's yelling at you. Swoop.
Oh, I got a swoop. One. We'll do the swoop. Oh, I got to try an experimental swoop. So.
There you go. Okay.
Right. Experimental swoop. Yeah, I'm sure it was like, get me those cases, brief them right now. End of day, I want a brief of those on my desk. And the junior lawyer who got stuck with that probably came back and is like, I can't find them, help. And then senior lawyer goes, I can't find them either. This is some BS. But yeah, it gets worse though. Once they get caught on it, they double down. And they're like, these are totally real cases. Here are the copies of them that they also got from ChatGPT because they never bothered checking.
Wow. And people wonder why we're concerned about Gigo.
Well, and then they got other issues that they had where it was so the judge is asking them like, hey, you said you were going on vacation during this time. Was that true? No, Your Honor, it wasn't. That was like they were just lies after lies after lies. So here is the order on whether or not they should be punished. You can already sort of guess where this is going.
Hopefully, but I don't know. I'm so cynical about the punishments. They don't always seem to happen unless they screw them out of billing. That seems to be the only thing that nails lawyers. Is if they're playing games with billing, then yeah. But a lot of other things,
it's fucking with the billing or fucking with the clients. Those are the two things that typically get you removed. There was a guy in Edmonton in my local area who got yanked. And so the basic story on that one, he was representing an underage sex worker. So, somebody who's got a really rough life. And he basically kept hinting that they could get together because the guy was a creep.
Lovely.
And so she ends up getting picked up by the police, and the police are wanting to charge her with a bunch of new stuff. And she says, well, what if I help you get this creepy lawyer? And the police hear, we can get a defense lawyer. We're on board.
I wonder why. Okay.
So she sends some text messages to this lawyer going, hey, you know how I owe you that money and you'd sort of hinted, could we square this up? With
work
some
something out?
Yeah, we'll do some barter system. And so he agrees, goes to meet her at a hotel room.
And
she
Chris Hansen comes out with the pizza. Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. Wrong story.
Well, she says basically, get ready. I'll be right back. She steps out. The guy starts to realize that something is sketchy. And so the cops burst in his door as he's pulling his pants back up. And that was the end of his career. So,
yeah.
And yeah, quite properly so. It's just like, yeah.
I agree. I mean, there was a hypnotist who did that.
Ooh.
Who literally was hypnotizing patients for the whole, oh, you're in your house and you're getting ready for a shower. And yeah. So,
oh, that's, yeah.
Dark stuff. But back to the cheerful.
Yes, I like the way this one starts out, which is basically saying, in researching and drafting court submissions, good lawyers appropriately obtain assistance from junior lawyers, law students, contract lawyers, legal encyclopedias and databases such as Westlaw and LexisNexis. Technological advances are commonplace, and there's nothing inherently improper about using a reliable artificial intelligence tool for assistance.
Mm-hmm.
But existing rules impose a gatekeeping role on attorneys to ensure the accuracy of their filings. And then points out that they abandoned their responsibilities when they submitted non-existent judicial opinions with fake quotes and citations created by the artificial intelligence tool ChatGPT. And this is where they get screwed. And I said that this is what was going to screw them. And this decision just proved me 100% right on this one, which is then continued to stand by the fake opinions after judicial orders called their existence into question. It's not the crime, it's the cover-up.
Mm-hmm.
So, many harms flow from the submission of fake opinions. The opposing party wastes time and money in exposing the deception. The court's time is taken from other important endeavors, i.e., you ruined my entire weekend, you asses. So
you know what's last on this though, and you're totally ruining any kind of justice, which should be the first thing.
Oh, absolutely.
If it's bogus, it's like, never mind the time wasted. I mean, that's all bad. But the first thing should be, you're lying and justice is not being served. That's the first problem. Then we can go into the rest of the list. But I like how the order is more, our egos and our time is more important than the actual justice being meted out. But maybe
I
that's
think
because
that
I'm
they're
not a
going
lawyer.
from like less serious to most serious, because they do end with, it promotes cynicism about the legal profession and the American judicial system, and a future litigant may be tempted to defy a judicial ruling by disingenuously claiming doubt about its authenticity. So they're basically saying this destroys the court system. What is it? I also note the potential mischief is demonstrated by an innocent mistake made by counsel for Mr. Schwartz and the Levido firm, which counsel promptly caught and corrected on its own. In the initial version of the brief in response to orders to show cause submitted to the court, it included 3 of the fake cases in its table of authorities. So, yeah. Basically, they were saying that they didn't want sanctions, and the court notes that they had an opportunity to get off the punishment train. So the narrative leading to sanctions against respondents includes the filing of the March 11th, 2023 submission that first cited the fake cases. But if the matter had ended with respondents coming clean about their actions shortly after they received the defendant's March 15th brief questioning the existence of the cases, or after they reviewed the court's orders of April 11th and 12th requiring production of the cases, the record now would look quite different.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, the individual respondents doubled down and did not begin to dribble out the truth until May 25th, after the court issued an order to show cause why they shouldn't be sanctioned. If they just said, hey, we screwed up, like we trusted ChatGPT, it turns out it's BS, I suspect the response would have been the court saying, you know what, you're going to pay the other side $500 in costs for this, and you are going to, like, we're going to give you a new deadline to do it over.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're going to do this over, and you're going to do it with real cases. You're not going to screw around. But because they screwed up so bad, it goes on to the court finds bad faith on the part of the individual respondents based on acts of conscious avoidance and false and misleading statements to the court.
Which, by the way, is not completely surprising. If they're too lazy to verify the ChatGPT results, that means they're too lazy to do their job. And this is demonstrating, in my opinion, a pattern of behavior that has probably worked for them before, to where they can yell at somebody or say, how dare you, or whatever, and just keep doubling down until people just leave them alone to go scurry off and do whatever they're doing. So I'm glad, I hope they get punished, because this is endemic of that kind of lazy behavior you will find in some people.
And I can tell you, as a lawyer, one of the most important skills you can have is being able to admit when you screwed up, because everybody screws up someday. Nobody is 100% perfect, but I can remember a moment walking into court. The judge was pissed because I had screwed up. I, missed a filing. It was not unfixable, but it was still like the court was upset. And so they basically said, hey, I walked in. They said, whose fault is this? And I said, well, it's my fault. My assistant didn't file it, but I didn't check. It's my job to make sure it got filed. So, I mean, even though my assistant is involved in the story, it's my responsibility 100%. This is my screw up and I own it. And the court was like, oh, then you understand what's like. I was going to yell at you until you understood that, but you walked in here and you understand that. So let's get to fixing the problem. And that was a much happier encounter than it could have been.
And much shorter.
Much shorter.
Because you're taking away all of it. It's like, I screwed up. How do I fix it? And they tell you how to fix it. Yep. And then you move on.
Same thing with even with kids. It's just like, hey, who spilled this paint in the living room? I did. Cool. Let's clean it up. Right. That's the better way to deal with things. But the law firm is also on the hook for sanctions. But they're going to say that it limits to what deters repetition, which means they're not going to hammer things quite as badly as they might otherwise. But yeah. So they go through like the whole story here. We're not going to go through the story because it's many, many pages. And that could be its own live just going through all of this. But, he stated, I was just not thinking that the case could be fabricated. So I was not looking at it from that point of view, except the other side already told you that they thought it was fake, right? So yeah. Mr. LaDuca requested an extension of time to respond April 25th. The letter stated this extension is being requested as the undersigned is currently out of the office on vacation and will be returning on April 18th. He signed it and returned it. Mr. LaDuca's statement was false, and he knew it to be false at the time he made the statement. Oh, that's terrible. And the reason why he did it is because Mr. Schwartz was away, and Mr. Schwartz was doing the writing, so he pretends it's him. So
this guy's, like, again, this is just proving out what I was saying, pattern of behavior. It's not just one thing, and then somebody not admitting double. This is somebody who does this kind of crap all the time. I bet if you ask around the office, they'll be like, oh yeah, that son of a bitch doesn't do this. He doesn't do that. I promise you that.
Oh, it's, for some people, they get into a habit. Like, it's just how they conduct business. And never be that person, because if you are that person, eventually you get a reputation for being that person. And Kurt. Everybody knows. Hey, Kurt. But yeah, they filed an affidavit that included various details, which is false. He swore the affidavit, but he was not the author of it, had no role in its preparation, and no knowledge of whether the statements therein were true. Yeah, that's not great. So
Agreed.
this is just such a gong show. So what ends up happening to this guy in the end? Well, let's scroll down to the ultimate punishments here, because I think the court could have hammered them a little harder than they did, but it is what it is. So counsel for Avianca has not sought the reimbursement of attorney's fees or expenses. Ordering the payment of opposing counsel's fees and expenses is not warranted. But we're going to see there's some additional aspects there. So Levido firm has arranged for continuing legal education at their firm. They say making them do that again would be redundant. So basically they're saying they are doing the education. We're going to trust them to do the education. We're good. Solved. In conducting the need for specific deterrence, we are weighing the significant publicity generated by their actions, i.e., everyone on the planet is laughing at you.
And your firm. I mean, how much firm, business could they lose from this?
Oh, if I was the firm, I would have already packed their stuff up.
and be changing our name.
Yeah.
Oh no, that was that other firm that was here. We're a new firm renting in the building.
Yeah. The fake cases, they say, were not submitted for their financial gain and were not done out of personal animus, and they don't have a history of disciplinary violations. So that's good stuff. So they will not require an apology from the respondents because a compelled apology is not a sincere apology. Any decision to apologize is left to the respondents. Now, the court will require the respondents to inform their client and the judges whose names were wrongfully invoked of the sanctions imposed. So there's a bunch of cases that they made up that actually reference real judges who exist.
Wow.
And they're going to have to send messages to those judges going, hey, I screwed up. I pretended you wrote a case that you never wrote. And here's how I got punished.
What about previous cases? Were any cases determined on this lazy ass researching? Because that would be significant too. I mean, if I was an opposing lawyer, I'd be looking it up.
Oh, for sure. But I think that they said that this is the first time that it's happened, that they used ChatGPT. So, yeah. They also make them pay a fine of $5,000. Now, I don't think $5,000 is a whole lot of money here. And I'll tell you that this is not the real punishment. So within 14 days, they have to send a letter to the plaintiff, including this opinion and order, a transcript of the hearing, and a copy of the affirmation, including its exhibits. They also have to send via first-class mail, individually addressed to each judge, falsely identified as the fake, the author of fake decisions, which also has to include all of this stuff. They have to give the court copies and $5,000 that they have to pay together, not each.
One question on that.
Yeah.
Can the bastards charge the clients?
Not for this fine.
Okay, because that would be my big thing is I want the SOB who did this to have to pay that fine out of their pocket.
This is where things are going to come into extra fun. And uncivil, if you've got that transcript, send me the transcript. I just want to read that. Mary is asking, has Rob been on? No, Rob is dealing with some life stuff here. So this is where the real penalty kicks in, because they've got this case, and then at the end, we'll just scroll right down to the bottom here just to show. Avianca's motion to dismiss is granted. The clerk is respectfully directed to terminate the motion. So I think that we may see a new lawsuit.
Yeah, I was going to say their client could sue them for I don't know, malpractice or what.
Yep. I think that their client may turn around and end up suing them and saying, hey, our case was dismissed because you guys are screw ups and you owe us for the value of the claim. So this could end up being the more expensive aspect, especially because he's going to get this detail saying the case was thrown out. And also the judge said, hey, we're being punished for, for this ChatGPT stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to be pissed. I think that might end up being part of the real punishment on this one. So
good. I'm sorry, but
yeah,
good.
no, I feel that the fine is a little light at the end of the day, because for a lot of lawyers, $5,000 is
no, it's chump change.
Yeah, it's like
or break room money.
I suspect that they've spent this kind of money on like, a Christmas party.
Yeah, or even
right?
copies, or the copier fund or whatever. I mean, 5,000 is not that much. And
I mean, hell, I've seen criminal cases where there are lawyers I've seen cases talking about how lawyers have spent this on like, booze at one outing, right? Not even for a special occasion. They just go to a bar and they
Sure.
drink. So I probably would have gone, I'm thinking more like 25 is where I think I would have landed. Just been like, yep, this is going to cost you. You're going to have to take out a loan on this, right? Like sell your car. And I would have given them time to pay. I would have said like, hey, to be made in payments of no less than, X per month. But yeah, if they, I think the 5,000 is a little cheap. I've seen people get dinged for, like hunting screw ups that, that got bigger hits. And Kurt, I love your comment here because I was going to talk about this one. I also sent you a link. So if you want to come on and talk about that aspect, because it was a statute of limitations issue that they get yanked on. I think there's still grounds to sue for malpractice, but I would love to have a sort of debate on that one, because I think that part of the argument is going to be because they didn't respond with any real arguments that there was malpractice there. But it might not be that the malpractice caused them to lose the lawsuit. It might be that the malpractice caused them to continue the lawsuit, right? Like, would you keep paying your lawyer to pursue a lawsuit if you knew that it was doomed because of limitations issues? So
I got to tap out too anyway, so that could work out.
Yeah, I saw that in the sort of in the back room there. So thank you for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me, dude.
And I hope they don't search your place. If they do, I will do my best to embarrass them over it, because
that'd be nice. I'm hoping that the embarrassment comes early so they just don't.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they sit down, because it sounds like they were a little pissed in that conversation.
She was not happy. And I think that the fact that I came in with a lawyer probably just seemed like, what is this guy? Who the hell is he? Why is he doing that?
Yeah, I think that she probably figured it would just be like, oh yeah, it's Bob over there. That's who you go to. But I suspect that she's going to sit down afterwards and go, you know what, chasing all of this for a rumor, that's not going to get me anywhere anyway.
That's my hope.
That's the hope. Well, where can people find you?
Well, I mean, if they're interested in the Rust coverage, America's Untold Stories is where I have 25 episodes on it, or some insane obsessive amount.
Dang, that's way more than I've got on this.
Right. Well, you can find me by my name. That's another channel. And then Layback News. I do legal panels with a bunch of people, different things, news stuff. And Nate and Eric will be eventually coming back.
Awesome. I look forward to all of that. So check them out. Subscribe to each one of those channels. And once again, thanks for coming on. Thanks. And I feel like it's a relay. Good seeing you, Kurt. Good time. All right. So, Kurt, you've got feelings on the malpractice. And we can't hear you. Kurt, you're on mute. Or something.
I did not mute. I did not unmute myself.
There we go.
That was my fault. Yeah, I can YouTube. It's only my profession, and I've only been doing it full time for a year. I'm competent. Yeah, normally not only do you have to show that your lawyer screwed up, that no reasonable lawyer would do it, but you also have to show that it would have manifested in a difference. So if it's contingency fee, then presumably there's no damage to the client. If they're
Yeah.
paid by the hour, then there's damage to the client, because the problem is there's nothing the lawyers could have possibly done to win. They were doomed from the start because of the statute of limitations. So there's
Unless there
no
was,
scenario.
Maybe there is a possibility that it was told somehow. I don't see that as being likely here.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it's contingency and you don't pay anything if you lose, then
Yeah.
Then the client isn't harmed.
So there's no damages. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's no malpractice.
If he's paying by the hour, if I was the lawyers and he's being paid by the hour, I would just lead off with, "We are refunding your full fees, sir."
Oh yeah, that's a start. But if you didn't, you should have caught that this was doomed pretty early on.
Yeah, that's exactly
because it's like this should be a bare minimum. It's like you pay me to look into it, and it's like, yeah, I'll spend $5,000 to find out that you have no claim.
Yeah,
it's like but it's like much more than that. It's like, what are you doing, man?
Oh, absolutely. So,
how long does it take to figure out that you're effed? How many hours of research does it take to be like, yeah, you can't win?
Yeah, I mean, getting past the statute of limitations is difficult. I've done one case like that, and it was a case of like late discovered fraud. So now I'm behind on some super chats, and I might have to spin the wheel. Have you been watching? Do you know what the wheel is about?
I have no clue. I just came back from my improv class.
Oh, awesome!
I do improv on Monday and Tuesdays.
I am doing a hot sauce roulette. So every $100 in super chats, I am doing a wheel of I've got a wheel of different hot sauces. But Gwendolyn SS sent a member chat saying late today, so glad I haven't missed the wheel. There will be multiple rounds of the wheel, hopefully. Mispronounced name said I would pay to attend a Hasbro CEO extradition dat.
Is the wheel named after the medieval torture device?
More like the Wheel of Fortune, but there's a little bit of that. Scoops, sorry I didn't get to this one earlier. Can you please say happy birthday to my sister Erica? Happy birthday, Erica.
Nah.
You old grouch. Amber Brock, thank you very much for the 10 gifted memberships. For the kids, any update on when you get your Gundy? I have no clue. They hand make the Gundies. So they're going to send me one when they got it done. Froggy Girl, wish I lived close enough to do a playthrough of your board game. It kind of reminds me of a Cthulhu game we have, but I haven't played it in a while. Have you heard about this? I'm making a board game.
Yes, I've heard tell. Not much specifics, but you did mention on Rob's channel.
I will bring up a. I'll bring up a.
Do I get to be a card or piece of some kind in the board game?
Maybe later, because right now I'm just prototyping it, so I'm basically just. The goal of prototyping is really to get it on a table as fast as I can. So all of the art is just like Midjourney spitting out stuff, and none of it is final.
Okay.
But Equality, thank you for 5 gifted memberships, and Angie Torres, thank you for 2 sets of 5 gifted memberships. And I also have some super chats here. Ian Paler, the one aspect of this tragedy, talking about the submarine, I found to be interesting is the weight of industry best practices playing a huge role in the determination of guilt. This was about Rust, so this is way back.
In the submarine case, finding they weren't obeying the rules is not very hard. They'd already been sued and everything else. So if you can get past what sort of waivers and arbitration awards, it should be a fun time.
I don't think that waiver is going to do much for them.
No, I wouldn't really imagine the waiver is going to save them very much.
Yeah. So is it fair that Hannah will be the fall guy? I mean, it is. She's screwed up. It's not fair that she's the only person facing it, but it's fair that she gets some crap on that. Joycey became a YouTube member. Awesome. Kristen M96 is saying, just trying to get the super chats flowing again for more hot sauce. I think we're at one. I'm just counting. Lauren Adams, can you touch on the difference, please, between plea deals with no contest versus guilty? For context, I live near Club Q and would like full understanding of today's hearing and sentencing in Colorado versus Aldrich. Guilty is saying, I did it. I am taking responsibility. No contest is saying, there is enough evidence to establish my guilt. I am not admitting it, but I'm also not fighting it. Is that a fair?
Yeah, and it has two collateral consequences. It can be used. The difference can be used in sentencing because you didn't technically admit to it. So it can be a benefit in sentencing, and it also has collateral benefits in a civil lawsuit, perhaps more importantly, because you didn't admit guilt. Then it can't be the plea can't be used directly against you in a civil case. So
I can't imagine this guy's worried about
some
getting
collateral
sued.
benefits.
I mean, he's going for life. I can't imagine he's that concerned about getting sued.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I was just speaking generally. In
Although
general, these are the benefits to it. In specific, maybe not so much.
Well, I don't know. In some places, I know that like civil judgments can eat into like your commissary money and so forth.
Yeah.
So, and I can tell you, did you watch that hearing and sentencing today?
No.
It was rough. Some of the families were like, we forgive you. A lot of the families were like, we will never forgive you, and we would like to take every step possible to make the rest of your existence as miserable as possible.
It sounds good to me.
Yo, I mean, there's never been a more deserving. Well, I can't say never been because we've got figures like Hitler and Stalin and so forth. But
Mao, Great Leap Forward. Don't forget the Great Leap Forward. Everyone forgets the Great Leap Forward. But 50 million people died. No big muss.
Yeah, I mean, but he's pretty darn deserving. Now, this is one I hadn't heard of. Have you heard of Megan Fox quitting YouTube? I hadn't heard of that. Have you heard of that?
I had not heard that. Well, okay, no, I'm not sure. Maybe I heard that once coming through the pipeline. She, I don't want to comment on that though.
Yeah, I don't know. So did I watch it? Yes, I did. Yeah, and one set of parents were pleading for the death penalty. It was rough. Peggy Riordan saying, on the Paul McCartney tour, I was 30 to 40 feet away from his pyrotech stuff, and I still lost my eyebrows and lashes when they went off during Live and Let Die finale song. There have been some big pyrotechnics accidents. So, yeah.
The one that always comes to mind was the Rhode Island fire at the club as well back. The late 70s, early 80s. A lot of people died in that one.
And Cameron Ward doing a huge bit to push us towards the hot sauce roulette. Hey, Ian, keep up the good work. By the way, I'm interested in trying some of your hot sauce. We will get that going sort of as soon as we can. And then the one that'll push us over on doing that is the neurodivergent counselor. First time making your live. I appreciate your knowledge and neurospiciness along with your Canadian perspective that allows me to think differently. Well, thank you very much.
Neurodivergent is just the norm now. I feel like we're all broken.
I don't think I'm broken, but it is a little. I'm a little different. So let's spin the wheel. Oh no, it's not going to go over. All right, so this is a sauce that I mentioned is it's quite literally, I buy this at she shows up at like farmers markets, and it's this old Trinidadian woman who literally cackles. It's one of the most entertaining things ever. So that is what I'm having to have on this particular hot wing. So have you done a hot ones challenge?
No, not really. I'm not really a hot sauce guy.
Oh, that's fair.
I like Frank's Red Hot, and that's about where I stop.
Yeah, you would not want to do one of the hot ones challenges then.
No.
Natalie Lawyer Chick and I did it on her members only, and she is a trooper. She, I mean, we should have known
Maybe
that.
someday I'll do it for charity, and you can watch me just revel in absolute total pain.
I mean, like Jamaican, so we should have known that one. But cheers! This one is a bit of a waterier sauce, but it's made with Carolina Reapers. So, yeah, she does not mess around.
But I don't want anything called Carolina Reaper. I don't like that because it sounds bad.
Now, the thing I really like about her hot sauces, they taste good. They're not just spicy.
I'll do it for the 250,000 subscriber special. How about that? I'll do a Hot Wings channel for the 250,000 subscriber special. Let's get the subscriber count up.
Also, I'll just note the best before on this one says 2028. So we'll see if I die.
Is that the hot sauce or is that you? Dun-dun-dun-sh.
And I just tried to breathe it. Oh,
okay.
That was not a
maybe less with breathing it. I would say that's probably not recommended.
Ooh. Yeah, do not breathe the hot. Ooh. All right.
Please try to die less. And if you do die, can you will me your channel?
I don't think that actually works. Can you give a channel away?
Yeah, why not? It's an asset. Yeah, sure not. Why not? Yeah, people sell their channels all the time.
Oh boy.
I'll tell you what, I'll fight it out with Law 2. Put me in your will. Let's find out.
Fair enough. Well. Hey, I might die. Oh. I breathed that. That was bad. All right. Let's get through some more super chats here. My voice is messed. So I wish James Cameron would shut up. He didn't need to say, "Oh, everyone on board probably knew there was something wrong."
I doubt it. They probably didn't know there was something wrong. I doubt that's true. I think
they probably got like 30 seconds of notice. And I think that what they were told is, hey guys, we're turning around. There's a slight issue. And somebody's saying, never seen Ian react to a hot sauce like that. It wasn't the hot sauce. It was breathing the hot sauce. It went down the wrong tube. So
now you can sue the manufacturer because they didn't put a warning on there. Don't breathe hot sauce.
Fair enough. People are telling me I have to drink some milk, so we'll try that. All right. I usually threaten with Nancy Grace unless I get $20 in 5 minutes. I mean, I feel like that might be criminal extortion where I am.
And where are we threatening with Nancy Grace?
I don't get it. Like running a clip of Nancy Grace because this is Nicholas Starrow's trial watch.
Okay. She's an interesting personality.
Oh, she's something else. A trial with Newfie accents would be hilarious. Unfortunately, they wouldn't televise it. So, yeah. Dog swoop is best swoop. Fair. Ian Paler saying, I've just been summoned for jury duty. On the week, I'm to appear as a witness in a traffic crime case. At least it'll be.
Tell them about LawTube. Tell everyone about LawTube. Like, comment, subscribe.
Yeah. Yeah. Tell them that you watch so much legal commentary. So, yeah.
Tell them that you know more than Judge, which is probably true in some cases.
Judges
like that kind of thing.
Oh, yeah. Could past clients stir up trouble for the two lawyers? Is there a limitation period for malpractice usually? If past clients have had, if there's been past GPT fake cases, then there may be some issues. So that might be a potential thing there.
I still don't know why he trusted it implicitly. That's the part that blows my mind. It's a completely new tool. Why does he trust it implicitly?
I mean, I don't even trust like LexisNexis implicitly. So, yeah, I don't know why that would be something you'd trust implicitly. Lynn says, I'm with Kirk on hot sauce, but hubby and son love the stuff. So, and I guess I'll just address a question here because it keeps coming up. What happened with Scott Cardinal? I can't find anything. Me and Scott Cardinal and Rob and Scott Cardinal have nothing to do with each other anymore. We discovered a lot about what kind of person Scott is. In particular, he was quite cruel to Secret McSquirrel. And Secret McSquirrel had one sort of wish after she was gone, which was that Scott not grift about her. And Scott not only turned around and used her death to grift, but also after people pointed that out, he accused them of being liars and so forth.
You got so mad at Scott, you yelled at me.
Yeah, well, Scott was going around accusing people of being liars. I went and I said, "Oh, do you want the truth then?" And so at that point he blocked me on Twitter because he didn't want me saying the truth. And then he right now his channel is he's renamed his channel. He's sort of in hiding, but yeah, Scott, he can do his own thing, but he will not be on my channel ever again. The other thing we discovered is that a lot of his Trials of the Century content was cribbed from websites. So we've had to take down.
Cribbed is being generous.
Yeah, directly copied. We've had to delete those past Trials of the Century because, as it turns out, it was straight up copyright infringement. So, yeah, that's basically it. So, I don't really want to. I'm not sort of normally the drama, whatever, but that's the story. It's and those of us who actually cared about Secret have his he's gonna make me upset. So Kristen, whoops, I accidentally removed a super chat from Kristen M96 here. I did try asking about perpetuity during Natalie's stream just for Kurt, but it wasn't a super chat, so it was missed. Nice. And Sarah saying, circling back, ADHD is hard and also my superpower. And we also have Emma Zay with a member chat saying, please don't die yet. Hydrate. Here's to better times, eh? Yeah. So there's still a whole lot of crazy chaos that's been going on. But you've been covering the Scott Peterson trial.
Yes, I have in detail. And finally, we got to closing arguments today. So that's nice.
So we're at closing arguments. What's your feeling? Do you have a prediction?
I think the jury's going to find guilt. I think the jury's going to come back guilty. Yeah. I think the state. What?
Did they manage to land the like what he was doing during this time?
Not especially, no. I feel like the state overpromised, but the state was just really, really good in everything that they did. They overpromised in their opening, but their closing was basically textbook perfect. And the defense's opening was trash fire, and the
defense's opening was mockable.
Yeah, and the closing had many, many problems. And he really blew it in the last 10 minutes in particular. And then he bitched to the judge about not having enough time. He wanted 3 hours, which is too damn long for a closing argument. Okay, he won 3 hours, and judge is like, you get 2, and he burned it all. And he gets to the last 10 minutes. And he's like, can I have more time? And the judge is like, no, which is absolutely the right decision. Best decision ever from the judge, right?
Yeah,
absolutely not. And then he said, this was nice too. He's like, I want to proffer what my last 20 minutes of my closing would have been, so it's on the record. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. This is a joke, right? You're making it funny. But no, he's not. And I'm like, and the judge is like, well, I'm supposed to consider whether or not you made a good use of your time. You did not. And I'm like, yep.
The other thing I might have said is, okay, you can proffer it after we have the verdict.
Yeah, well, I said after the jury was gone and everything. I was like, I don't want to listen to this guy rant for another 20 minutes. He just wasn't good. He had points, but it felt absolutely incoherent. The prosecution, the worst you could say about the prosecution in its closing was that it was textbook and maybe slightly fast paced, but not more than like adrenaline would do. Otherwise, it's just basically perfect. It's everything they would teach you in trial out and in mock trial. It was basically picture perfect. It was perfect opening, perfect finish. They told the story in a narrative arc, interlaced with actual evidence, interlaced with quotes, interlaced with verbatim stuff, interlaced with physical exhibits, interlaced with trial stuff, interlaced, and it was just like, it was phenomenal. So if you want to see like a textbook close, not necessarily the best close I've ever seen, but it's a textbook close.
I mean, sometimes the best
it is
closes,
model. Yeah,
sometimes
it's
the
like
best
if you,
closes,
it's what I would do. It's what I would do. Like it's not necessarily the best that could be done by a person, but it's textbook and it's what I would aim for. So I loved it. And defense was scattered brained and incoherent.
Sometimes the best closes are the ones that break the rules, right?
They can.
Where you're like, but you got to be careful with that because the textbook is the textbook because it works.
Right.
And because it's like more times than not by a large margin, it's the right call. And
you got to know the rules before you can break them.
Exactly.
So she was following the rules. That's, I think, the worst that could be said for it, in my opinion. And I think yeah. And I think the jury's going to convict. They, I think if I were on the jury, given the instructions that are being provided me by the judge, which I'm of course sworn to do as a juror, I think I'm voting to convict. I think the state made its case. I don't think that it should be legally cognizable, but as a juror, I'm not allowed to consider that. I have to follow the laws that's been given to me. So as a juror, I would probably be inclined to convict. And then as Court of Appeals judge, be inclined to overrule myself. But, that's when you're putting on different hats. You got to think about it from different perspectives.
The other thing that is always a factor on these things is that the jury is going to be upset.
Oh, did you hear about juror number 3?
No, I did not hear about juror number 3. Tell me what
juror number 3. Juror number 3. So, before we got to the closing arguments, prosecution came forward and like, we have something to tell you, Your Honor, about juror number 3. As it turns out, juror number 3 was involved in the sentencing of Nicholas Cruz. They testified and/or were the victim's advocate. I'm not quite sure which one, but I think they testified as a victim for the guy who did the shooting at his sentencing hearing. And then they testified in that trial, and then they were caught by the prosecution in this trial hugging the victim's advocate for this trial and talking to them outside of the courtroom and hugging them and stuff. So the victim's advocate told the prosecution told the judge, it's like, yeah, we think we should dismiss juror number 3 because they might be a little bit biased. Maybe not the most neutral arbiter we could find. So not sure what went wrong in voir dire there, but apparently we found someone extremely knowledgeable of the facts of the case.
And apparently Peter Tragos, lawyer, is betting on the other way that they'll acquit.
Okay.
And here's the thing.
I got $50 if Peter wants to put a bet down.
Well, the thing is that you can actually have both opinions be entirely reasonable. Because, you're predicting what the jury's going to do. You're never actually in their head. And, you're making your bets. Right at the outset, even when the prosecution's case was kind of floundering a bit, I was going, there's a heavy weight on the prosecution's side on this, even though it shouldn't be. It should be that the weight is on the defense side.
The state overpromised was their biggest sin throughout. They kept talking about this 40 minutes or 44 minutes that he stood around and did nothing. But the real operative moment of time is 4 minutes, not 44. And so they kept talking about how he hunkered down for 44 minutes. Oh, they don't have tape of that. I kept expecting there to be a tape of him hunkered behind a car for 40 minutes. There's no tape of him
And that,
hunkered behind a car. So they
yeah,
overpromised was their biggest single sin, biggest strategic error.
that's always an error.
Yeah.
And I mean, I wonder if the jury's going to be thinking about Uvalde, right? And is going to be having that in the back of their mind. How many of the jurors saw that like hand sanitizer video where there's like kids screaming and the guy's like,
in Uvalde, I want to run for prosecutor in Uvalde and indict everyone and let God sort it out.
Oh, fuck.
That's what I want to do. Elect me prosecutor of Uvalde. I'll charge literally everybody. Let them plead whatever they want to plead. I don't care.
I'd fire that entire police force.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll get convictions for any of them. I'm going to feel a lot better trying.
I'd just be like, okay, if you were there that day and you didn't go in, you are fired.
Yeah.
And if you were the person on the radio making the call not to go in, you are extra fired.
I'm licensed. I'm ready to go. So maybe I should just move to Uvalde and run for prosecutor. My platform is indict everyone. Indict all of them. Federal, state, local, I don't give a damn. Let them plead whatever immunities they have. Get their name on the damn record. Charge them with breach of their oath or something. I'll find something to charge them with. I don't care if it's a goddamn misdemeanor. I'm charging all of them.
We're going to find them a traffic ticket.
Yeah, no. If I have to charge them with traffic violations, I'll do it just because I'm pissed.
Yeah, I need to know what Loracle Nate is predicting. That's good. Nate has a really good prediction record, but not perfect. He's gotten a couple wrong. But what is it? There's another one here that I liked here. The guy who had to be restrained can stay on. Yeah. That guy can be the guy who gets to hire everybody else when we need a new police force. Like that's the new that's the new standard, is that this guy gets to make the call. And if he doesn't think you're sufficiently badass, then I'm
going to indict them all, and then I'm going to print their names and their photographs in a paper. And so everyone can share in the honor that they deserve. They deserve to be honored as the heroes that they are. Let their names be sung and their pictures be shared so the community can honor them as is appropriate.
Well, there's actually a Canadian case that has some similarity. It's the case of Monroe that I just ended up talking about a little bit ago. So in that case, this cop, somebody flags him down and basically says there's a robbery going down at the bar. And the cop goes in and there's two guys robbing the bar. And one of them's got a shotgun and one of them's got a handgun. And
that seems bad.
They get the drop on him. They shoot him. And we're
going to charge them, aren't we?
What's that? We're
going to charge the people that shot the bad guys, aren't we?
Well, oh no, the bad guys get the drop on the cop, and the cop brass is sitting there saying, "Don't go in, don't go in, don't go in," and this cop is posted at the front of this like place to keep them from leaving. And he hears this cop who's been shot, like the other cop who's been shot, pleading for his life, talking about his family. And eventually he's like, all right, fuck it. Let's roll. And he just basically gets on the radio and says, I'm going in. Fuck you. And he charges in he throws tear gas and charges in. 3 other cops go, yeah, fuck it. We're going in. And they take down the the attackers, but unfortunately the officer who was the initial respondent died. And I'm just like, we need more of those guys who are just like, screw you, I'm going in.
Yeah.
So
as one does.
Yep. But like Uvalde, they're all
there's
like,
so many officers there in full gear, full riot gear, full everything. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding. They're in the hallway with the hand sanitizer. I'm like, well, we can kill germs, but can't kill the bad guy.
I know of paintball teams who could have taken that guy down.
No shit. I know.
And the thing is,
I want to indict them all, Runkle. Let God sort it out. That's what I want to do.
The thing is, you never know what you're going to do until you're in that situation. But if you're not if you're not somebody who at least thinks you would go in, then don't be a cop. Don't be the guy who has to go in. Because I like to think that I would be the person going, hey, you can F around with the hand sanitizer. I'm going.
I'm not the guy going in the door. I know I'm not the guy going in the door. But I'm not volunteering for this job. I like living too much. I'm made of meat. I don't want to go in the door.
They had a mom who went in. They had other parents who were like forcibly prevented from going in.
Yeah, I know. It's bullshit.
To me, if I see a parent who's like going in, I'm like, cool. Get this guy a vest and a rifle, and I'm going with him. So, yeah, it was frustrating as heck.
Yeah. So it is interesting how a lot of people have different perspectives, because I see some people in chat who, have the exact opposite perceptions of, the closing arguments and stuff. And I just think it's interesting. Maybe it's just one of those reasonable minds can disagree, because it's just interesting how, two people can see things and just see it so radically differently. But I stand by my opinion. So.
And that's the thing, is sometimes I look at trials and go, I think this person should be acquitted, but I don't think they will be.
Yeah.
And this might be one of them, right? Like, it might be that legally he's insufficiently caretaker enough to.
Yeah, well, then unfortunately, that seems to be the Court of Appeals problem.
The judge.
This judge doesn't have any balls.
Oh fuck. Yeah, so it'll go to the Court of Appeal, and this case will be wrapped up forever.
So that's what I'm saying. As a jury, I'd convict, and then as a Court of Appeals judge, I'd reverse myself, because I don't think it's legally cognizable. But as a juror, I can't make that decision. I have to follow the law as I've been provided by the judge. I'm sworn to do that. So I have to follow the laws that's been provided to me. So apparently he can be a caretaker. So my opinion is worth shit. So it's like, well, what I do as a juror and what I do as a Court of Appeals judge is not the same thing. Because you have to put on different hats.
And then you've got Murdaugh, where I'm like, I think.
Oh, yeah. Murdaugh's another good situation like that, because as a juror, I'd say not guilty. As a Court of Appeals judge, I'm like, what the fuck do you want me to do about it?
Oh, I mean, I look at that one and I go, I'm 80% there, 85%. But I would still vote to acquit on that jury on the basis of I'm not beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah. But if you're at 85%, it's just almost, what would be the phrase? It's almost automatic that someone could get to 100%, right? It's like a given. It's like a gimme.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing is that when you've got a tragedy, the jury tends to fudge upwards. If they get to 85%, they'll be like, it's 90, it's 90.
Oh, I think Robert Barnes said once the real test is majority. It's more. I think the real test in reality is preponderance. Like, forget beyond reasonable doubt. In reality, it's preponderance. So if you believe Robert Barnes about this, then it's like, yeah, he's doomed.
I talked to a defense lawyer who basically said that what he really wanted on a jury was military people. He said he'd had great luck with military people because sometimes they can be pig-headed enough. And I mean that in a complimentary way. I know it's not normally a complimentary term, but they can be like, F you, I know what's right. And he said, if you can get that juror on your side, you're probably looking at a hung jury at worst.
Excellent.
And he said he's talked to juries before, and just because one person wouldn't move, sometimes the entire jury is like, well, we want to leave here with a verdict, so we'll go with what you say. He's like, you get that one forceful personality on your side. Well,
big gamble, though, because if they're against you, things are not going well, right?
Mm-hmm. But
high risk, high reward.
That's exactly it. Angeli Gomez went in and saved a couple of kids. Yep.
She's a goddamn hero. Give her a goddamn medal.
Give her a medal and the pensions of every officer who was there not going in.
I don't care what they have to find. I don't care if they have to find some sort of low rent, like breach of duty, breach of official duty charge. like that's like some sort of low rent misdemeanor. I don't care. Just so long as we hold them to account, whatever that is. I don't care at this point. Indict them all. They all suck.
And John Coman here saying, I'm military and I can guarantee there are a bunch of us that come to conclusions and we won't budge when talking about those things. Yep. I can tell you that there's, I'm aware of an incident that I can't really give enough details on, but basically superior thought they should do a thing and inferiors thought that that thing would be contrary to the laws of war. And it was like, here is the order. And it was like, go fuck yourself. From there's, and it was like, well, no, we got to do this. It's like, no, we're not doing that. So tough shit. And that's a tough,
yeah, that's one you got to be right on both ways. That's a tough pain in the ass because you have to obey all lawful orders and not obey any unlawful order. You better be right both ways.
Yeah, well, ultimately they did not get court-martialed. So nobody did. The guy who issued the order also didn't get court-martialed, but nobody ended up court-martialed. So, that I think is that says something, right? That they weren't sufficiently confident that the order was lawful to. Yeah. I can't give any details because the person who told me about it would get into a world of shit, but yeah, it's yeah. And have you been following the Curry Richins case? Or
nope.
Oh, this one you gotta at least look at because Utah for some reason generates some weird cases. Utah has this tendency to generate some odd cases, and this one is one of the oddest. So her husband dies, and she writes a children's book. Oh, I'm being told I got a swoop, and I know which swoop the chat wants. We'll do the new experimental
I'll
swoop.
press the button. I pushed the button, my background color.
There we go.
Because Rob still hasn't made me a swoop, even though he promised me.
I can make you a swoop. I can try to make you a swoop anyway. She writes this kid's book about how to deal with grief. And she dedicates it to him. And yeah, it ends up being that they have now charged her with his murder.
Of course.
They've got an informant who says that the informant says that they provided the drugs that she used to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
And it gets worse because he said that he thought she was trying to kill him before.
Mm-hmm.
Like there was another instance where he drank something that she'd made and ate a sandwich that she'd made. And then she was like, hey, or he got sick and he's like, hey, I think she's trying to kill me. She then also tried to change his will and change his insurance.
That's kind of a red flag.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And he's still married to her and like around her and stuff?
Well, not anymore because he died, but he was.
Yeah. I feel like that's a failure to look at some what might be notable flags of a more crimson hue.
I think he was talking to a family lawyer about those crimson hue flags to say, let's get out. Now this is really interesting because this is a newly filed lawsuit here. Richins.
Pro tip, guys, if your wife has already been trying to kill you, perhaps you should find different abode. Just a pro tip.
Yeah, and I think this is the real key thing. They had 3 kids. He didn't want to leave with her. So I think that was the big thing is he thought she was dangerous, didn't want to leave the kids with her. So
That's
plaintiff
rough.
Curry Richins hereby complains against the Katie Richins Benson solely in her capacity as personal representative of the estate of Eric Richins.
Yeah.
That's some balls, I gotta say, when you are suing the estate while you're being charged with the murder. So
I have respect almost for the balls. It's so much balls.
yeah, I mean, I just feel like they're not going to end up going well in the,
Isn't that
the
like the textbook definition of chutzpah? The person who begs for mercy because they're a widow because they murdered their spouse. It's like,
yeah,
we're
yeah,
getting,
you murdered your
pretty
parents.
close.
Have mercy on me. I'm an orphan.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
What makes me sad about this whole situation, and the more and more I think about it, is the fact that, if it was the woman who was concerned about her kids, she would be able to find a shelter for her and her kids. But there are no shelters for men. He has nowhere to go. I hate it. I hate people.
I think there's
hate
one
everyone.
in Canada, and Canada's a big place.
I've heard it's actually bigger than the United States.
Yeah, it's
the third biggest country in the world, or second?
I can't remember.
It's one of them. I know US is fourth.
We don't do size measurements. That's
okay. Not polite. Well, as it happens, according to a recent map I saw, Canada ranks higher on average than America on the size measurements too.
You know what? I've never done any calculation there, but so it's yeah, it's chaos. But so what is she suing for? Well, family home.
Loss of consortium would be good.
Loss of consortium. Oh, geez. So Eric and Curry, is it Curry, Carey? I'm not sure how they put that. Acquired the family home from Katie, her husband, Clinton Allen Benson. So she's not being sued in any fashion related to the initial sale of the home. So I'm guessing she wants money out of the family home because she's got some sort of expenses lately. What sort of expenses do you think she might have?
Legal, I'm guessing, primarily.
Yep. So it's remained solely in Eric's name since its acquisition.
Perhaps all those new dating apps to find the next level of her life.
I think she's denied bail, so
that in no way precludes her from dating, I'm quite sure.
Oh yeah, but you don't normally get an app for that.
Prisononly.com. It's a new dating app experience. Might as well just go all the way at this point.
So basically, she wants half of the equity of the family house.
Okay, sure, yeah. Why not all of it?
If she's not entitled to half the equity, she's entitled to at least to half of the increase in equity. So basically, she wants money out of this. And you know what? This lawsuit is ballsy, but it's not crazy.
Yeah, it's probably not.
I actually think she's going to win this. If based on, I think she's going to end up with some money because.
Well, I hate it.
I hate it, but she's probably going to end up with money.
And whatever part of myself is misogynistic grows a little bit darker and deeper because it feels like unfair.
No, nothing like that. I mean, she's an exception. My wife hasn't murdered me yet, even though I've given her lots of reasons. Now it might be that, it might be because there's not like 1.9 million in equity in our house. She might get more inclined if that was the case.
She can overtake your channel.
She could. I don't think she wants to be on a channel. Now, this is Eric's second marriage. And so they got a prenup. They signed the prenup.
Did the prenup say, don't murder me? Because if not, I feel like that's an oversight. Next, there's a good tip. If I ever get married, in my prenup, there's going to be a special clause, no murdering.
I actually wonder if you could sign a prenup the other way, like sign a contract the other way that says they are to get money or to get my assets, even if they murder me. Because normally you aren't entitled to a share of the assets. You know, you're not entitled to inherit if you murdered the person, right? That disinherits you. But I wonder if you can specifically, like, would that be void for public policy?
I don't
Interesting.
know. Questions we ask ourselves to entertain ourselves.
If
We're
I
broken.
ever am,
Make sure we're not broken people, or uncle. I think we have a problem.
if I ever run a law school course, I'm gonna like throw that in.
Sure.
No matter what the fact pattern is going to be, because I'm most likely to teach firearms and weapons law, so we'll throw that in, and people will be like, "What?" This would be a complete red herring. So she's not allowed to get any of the assets, including but not limited to C&E stone masonry, in a divorce.
How are the Masons involved in this?
This is a different kind of masons.
Okay.
Not like the stone cutters from Simpsons Masons, but like actual masonry masons.
Okay.
So yeah, he wanted to protect this business basically. And it also lists a bunch of his other assets and debts that were acquired prior to marriage that he wanted to keep. Okay, fair enough. So if they divorce, he gets to keep those, is basically the idea. List of assets does not include the family home, nor does the prenup make mention of any real property purportedly owned. Okay, so the reason why she's mentioning this is I still get access to all of this additional money. Prenup exclusion of the family home is further evidence that it was a joint marital asset. Yeah, probably. Approximately $2 million. The business interest has since been sold to his work partner, Cody Wright. And the $2 million is on deposit with the trust, or with the court, rather. And then there's the trust, which was to remain revocable until his death.
Which you're there?
Was to provide for my wife and our children during any time that I'm incapacitated and after my death. That's impressive. I feel like her kids have a better claim to the trust than she does. Schedule A includes the following assets transferred to the trust. One, $10 in cash.
Fair enough. I mean, you just need some property to get the trust going, so that will be sufficient to at least start the trust.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's the entire purpose of it.
Yeah.
Unspecified household furnishings and effects, the family home, the business interest, and his interest in his separate business. So he purported to convey the family home to the trust via the warranty deed without her authorization or knowledge. So she's going to say that this, because they're married, is improper. He wanted to give it all of his tangible personal property. That's interesting.
He is specifically excluding intangible property, I guess. That's all right.
Yeah, this is interesting. So basically, I guess she's trying to say that this trust is not able to take that, take that house. So then my trustee shall allocate any interest my wife has in joint property, if any, that is or becomes trust property at my death to my wife. My wife has the absolute and unrestricted right to withdraw all of the net income and trust principal consisting of her joint property. Jointly owned property shall be deemed to be owned 1/2 by each of us and does not include my separate property. He does not and could not have transferred Curry's interests in the joint assets to the trust. So basically, he can't transfer any more than 50% of the equity because she owns the other 50%. I think it's a reasonable argument. It's not crazy, right?
Probably not.
Like whatever portion of that equity is hers, she owns. So
Yeah, probably true. The way
upon his death,
it's specified, it's interesting because that they say that they each own half. Because typically under joint ownership, you each own an undivided interest in the whole. So
yeah.
it's not quite the same. So that's an interesting language choice.
I mean, that's the structure my wife and I have used for our house.
Which
which
one?
is that one I'm living in.
I mean, which way? That you each own half, or that you both have an undivided interest in the whole?
We both have an undivided interest.
Yeah.
So if I walk out on the street and get run over, she owns 100% of the house without it going into the estate.
Right.
Now that is, I think basically the lawyer that we had on that explained this is like, if you really trust your partner, this is the way to go. If you don't trust your partner, then, the 50-50 ownership is the better way to go. Yeah, that's, there's always risk in things, but yeah.
Well, she hasn't killed you yet.
Yeah, no, and I keep giving her reasons. It's the will, concurrent with the execution of the trust, he executed the will. I don't know that the will is going to matter here, except that
the whole point of things like trust is to take it out of the will. That's like, it's not inside the will. So yeah, I don't know that it matters either way.
Yeah, and also to the extent that the will does anything that she benefits from, it's probably invalid.
Yeah.
So
that too.
Yeah. Eric's passing and subsequent events. Okay, I mean, you can't say, hey, I murdered him, but you'd think that they would put in something along the lines of currently charged with his murder.
That's a superfluous detail. We don't need to bring that to the court's attention.
Do they not think the other side is going to bring it to the court's attention?
Well, I'm not going to bring it to the court's attention. That's for damn sure.
I would get ahead of that. So
let's not get into an argument about who killed who.
Yeah. So Katie's argument is that the estate owns the family home and she's got no interest. She says that they are tenants in common, so she has a 50% interest.
Yeah, they are tenants in common. That's correct. If they divided it out, yeah, they're tenants in common. That's exactly what it is.
I actually think that she's right in this lawsuit.
Okay, she might well be right because of the way that's structured.
Like, this actually looks like she's got a claim to this money. Now, she's going to need this money to fund her defense, but this actually looks like
she needs the money so she can be my sugar mama, Ian.
Oh, you don't want this sugar mama.
She needs a new beau in her life.
This sugar mama
fix her, Ian. I can fix her.
This sugar mama is high in cyanide. And M is saying, anyone up for a Moscow Mule? Ooh, that's a good thought. I have ginger beer. I will make a Moscow Mule later. I will actually make a London Mule later because Moscow Mule.
Ooh, what's a London Mule with gin, I suppose?
Yeah, you swap in gin instead of the vodka. Okay. It is superior in every way. So
well, I right now wanted a John Daly. That's alcohol. That's lemonade, iced tea, and vodka.
Oh, nice. Just lemonade and vodka itself is really solid, but
yeah.
So yeah, she just wants half the. Well, she also wants $300,000. So,
I want 300 grand. If you could give me 300 grand super chat, that'd be great.
I cannot, because I can tell you that all of my assets are probably not 300,000. So, and apparently she.
If anyone out there would like to give me a $300,000 super chat, that would be fine.
So she poisoned him with a Moscow Mule. this is a good question. But she murdered her. How does she have a right to anything? The thing is that she doesn't have a right to anything that was his. She doesn't have a right to inherit anything from him. However, she has a right to anything she owned, right? So if her assets included half of this property, she can't inherit his end, but she can still keep her end. So that's the critical difference on this. It's not like when you get convicted of an offense, assuming she gets convicted, which who knows. So far, their case looks pretty good, but there's always things that can happen.
She could get on civil law, fighting for justice on
they don't take all
civil
your money away.
edge.
So
The commercials write themselves, Ian.
I'm actually surprised at the commercials you guys can run.
Oh yeah, we're great.
In Canada, we're not allowed to run any commercials that suggest that we are, or at least in my area, that we are aggressive or more competent than other lawyers, or that suggest in any way a result.
You can't guarantee results, but you can talk about past results, but you can't guarantee future results.
We can't even talk about past results.
Yeah.
So our ads are basically limited to I am a lawyer and I exist, which might not be the most effective means of doing, of advertising. So she's claiming his death is a dissolution of the marriage as if they were divorced. I mean, it is a dissolution of the marriage.
Yeah, no doubt. That's true.
So I think she's got a good claim to half the money. And I actually think the court might be inclined to give her half the money on the basis of, we know you need a defense, so take it. Like it. Yeah. JR is noting, I don't think I've ever seen a lawyer ad in Canada. You see them, but they are pretty... Like, there's a lawyer here that advertises, and it's just a billboard with their face and, like, name criminal defense. And there's another one who's like, name personal injury. And, like, that's all they advertise because they can't actually do much for that. So, yeah. But here they've got
uncivil Canadian lawyer, most Canadian lawyer of them all.
So they've got prenup, Eric Eugene Richins. I feel sorry for his middle name.
Eugene?
I mean, also the fact that he got murdered. Yes.
What's wrong with Eugene?
I don't like Eugene. I mean, as
okay.
For good and valuable consideration, including without limitation, the contemplated marriage. I have seen a lot of prenup drafts that basically each involve like handing $1 for like a, for like a brick or something of like, we want to make sure that there's definitely consideration and we're not sure if the case law allows for a, for the marriage to be consideration. And therefore we will also include $1 for one brick or something like that.
Sure. Why not?
Just to make sure there's consideration. So for the chat, consideration is that you can't have a contract that is just like feelings.
You have to give something that you don't otherwise have to give. That's the short definition of consideration. Anything that has value that you aren't otherwise obligated to give. So I'm not obligated to give you $1. You're not obligated to give me a brick. Thus, $1 for brick is a valid exchange. Yeah.
And it can also be like negative things, like you agree not to do business on this street in exchange for my, $500 or whatever. All of that, like that's value, that's exchange of proper consideration on each side. Now, consideration doesn't have to be worth much. Like the dollar is good.
Yeah.
The traditional expression is a peppercorn.
Yes, a peppercorn, which my contract professor used to literally throw at us in class.
I've thought that one of the things I like, if I ever get a terminal illness, I'm going to identify a bunch of people I don't like. And then I'm going to put them into my will. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out safety deposit boxes in like Thailand, places that are a real pain in the butt. And I will put a single peppercorn in the safety deposit boxes and leave the contents of that safety deposit box to whoever. And so hopefully they will have to fly out to go and get the contents of those boxes, hoping that it'll be something good. And then they will find a something useless. Really, I should put in like a cinder block, because that way if they somehow manage to arrange for it to get shipped back, at least they have to pay for the shipping cost of a cinder block.
I'm sensing that you have a grudge against some people.
Not really. I actually need to make some enemies to do it.
Okay. Well, if this LawTube thing goes on long enough, maybe you will.
Oh, frag. Yeah, there's so much drama that floats around. So far, I don't think I've made too many enemies.
Yeah, I've avoided most of it, thank God.
Made
some mistakes along the way. Partly some of the reason I don't do as much drama these days is because I made some mistakes along the way. I was like, well, that was a dumb thing to do. Maybe don't do that again. Ow, that hurts. Stop touching the stove, Kurt.
Yeah, that's a good way to go. What are the inactive ingredients of a Moscow Mule? Well, the active ingredient is
copper cup.
Oh yeah, the copper cup is just marketing, but I mean, a Moscow Mule is basically ginger beer and vodka and a slice of lime. So they're pretty simple. So yeah, inactive ingredients: ice, ginger beer, the water.
I want to sue my undergrad. I want to sue Clemson University.
Why?
Okay, so my undergrad, when I graduated, they gave me a lifetime alumni address. So I have an alumni address, alumni.clemson.edu. It was promised for life, and it's a forwarding address. It does nothing except forward, okay? But they said, well, because of all these problems now, because of all these things, we're discontinuing the lifetime thing. And I want to sue them for deprivation of my property because Clemson is a state school, and they've taken away my property without just compensation.
Okay. Counterpoint. Have you considered not doing that?
I need a lawyer in South Carolina so I can sue Clemson University for deprivation of property by taking away my forever email address, which they promised in writing several times was forever. And they're taking it away without any sort of compensation or alternative email address. I need to sue Clemson University. Please contact me. What if they send
you a peppercorn as apology?
I want to sue my undergrad for the email address.
Is it worth more or less than a peppercorn?
The principle of the thing. They promised it to me for life. I'm still alive, damn it. It has my name on it. It's my email address. It's got my goddamn name on it. It's my property. They gave me a vested interest in it. Forever.
I'm just going to tell the chat, if you ever become a lawyer and somebody walks in and says, it's the principle of the thing.
Yeah, principles are expensive.
Yeah, you need to make sure you're paid up in advance.
Yeah.
Yeah. Usually when a client says it's the principle of the thing, what it means is that there is no money to be had and that at the end of the day, they will try not to pay you.
That sounds about right. Yeah. I'd like someone to represent me and not get paid. That sounds about right. Yeah. So if you're interested in that, let me know.
They could do it on contingency and take 40% of the email address.
Sure.
They get 40% of your emails.
I mean, I even asked Clemson. I asked him twice. Will you just give me an alternative? Give me like just a regular .clemson.edu email address, like a normal person. And they're like, no, we're not going to give you anything in exchange for this. We're just taking it away, effective July 1st, by the way.
You're like, can I get
Bastards.
a refund of? You should seek a refund of your tuition on the basis that the entire reason you went to school there was to get the.
Love it. I want all my money back. It's only been 20 years. I've only had this forwarding address 20 years. I'm still alive. Give me my address.
It's like,
can I prove I was harmed? Yes, I've been very harmed. I'm aggrieved. I feel it in my soul. It has hurt my feelings and my conscience. It's hurt my fifis. That's valid. That's valid these days. Someone represent me. I need to sue Clemson University.
I've got to go back and watch Rob's live stream on this one because I want to see his comments on this prenup.
Okay.
Did you watch that live stream?
No.
Because I don't do prenups and I don't do U.S. prenups. So I don't think I can sort this one out other than to just say let's go and dig through that sometime. But yeah. So what's Kurt up to these days?
Well, I've been doing the Scott Pearson trial, as you've noted.
Yep.
And I'm going to go back to doing my legal news roundup. But I think tomorrow, for my legal news roundup, I'm just going to do a dramatic reading of the transcript of the hearing for ChatGPT lawyer because it's full of cringe.
So you got the actual transcript? All I saw was the live tweets.
I've got the transcript. It's cringe. It's so much cringe.
Oh, you've got to send that to me.
Yeah, it's just all the cringe.
Like you can absolutely do the first read through on all of that, but I just want to read it.
You want to join me in the morning? You can join me if you like.
What time?
When's your availability? Normally I do it 9 a.m. Central Time, but I can move it for you.
I think I can make that.
Okay.
How long are you going to be on?
It's like 60 pages long, so it might probably take like an hour and a half to read it. Maybe a little more with commentary.
I will. I can't make any promises, but I'll try to pop in because that should be good.
What I heard is is that Ian promises to be there, and that I'm going to sue him if he doesn't show up for a breach of promise. Well, I'm suing him, and I'm suing Clemson University.
Okay, you're turning into that guy then. The guy who sues everybody for everything.
You gotta have a hobby.
And I see Leonard French apparently did a video on it as well.
He did. That's where I got the idea.
Oh, Leonard French is a good guy. I haven't been able to persuade him to do a. Well, that's not entirely true. I got him interested in doing a collaboration, and then he was just too busy and scatterbrained. So, yeah.
He's how I made my start on YouTube. So
he was actually one of the inspirations for getting my start going because I didn't know about the rest of LawTube as a thing, but I saw his thing and I was like, I think I could do that. That looks like fun.
Yeah, he's responsible for the creation of my channel, so you can blame him.
And I guess I'll show off a little about the board game design.
Ooh, exciting! I want to learn.
Well, it's still very early, so all of this is subject to substantial change.
Some exclusions may apply. See store for details.
So this is like the stuff Midjourney can throw together. The art. So.
Oh yeah, Midjourney's great. I was using it for my thumbnails. I've tried to go back. I've tried to experiment now with like a more traditional thumbnail design, but Midjourney produces some great stuff.
It's fantastic. And I mean, the thing is that the alternative would be that I just that my prototype would just have no art, right? Because that would be the usual. It would just be that it's like a just something like an index card.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
then I just write on it and whatever else. But this means that I can actually create something that looks and feels like it's a game.
Yeah.
You know, and so like here's a card. And you know, it can do sort of theme stuff. It actually does a pretty good job. So I actually think it'll be. I'm hoping to have a playable prototype by like the end of next week. That's kind of my goal on that. And once I do, then I'm going to send it out to some people for initial testing. And the initial testing, I'm sure, is going to say, your game sucks. Because that's the way of things, right? It'll probably take like a few hundred playthroughs before I actually get it all.
Well, yeah, game
out.
design can be hard, you know, pacing and everything else, and trying to make sure it's a fun experience and everything. So yeah, it can be difficult.
Well, and you know, make sure that there's no clarity issues. Make sure that there's no, you know, all of this stuff. So, yeah, it'll be an adventure. Will I play it on Roll of Law sometime? I probably won't play the initial play tests on Roll of Law, because the initial play tests are going to be a lot of things like people starting it out and going, we don't know how to resolve this rule problem. We have to stop, which is not great content. So
then you have to make up the rules.
Well, I've got a Word document where I'm doing that. And yeah. And it looks like a whole bunch of people on my Discord have been throwing together swoop options.
Excellent.
So we'll have to check that out. I'm gonna
it needs to have a cowboy theme and some beef fish to be a good swoop for my channel, because that's part of the beef fish. That's part of the.
I remember
part
that.
of the legends of the. It's part of the legends of the channel.
I remember that.
Yeah. So it needs to be cowboy themed with some beef fish. Other than that, knock yourself out with designing some swoops.
And that was because the court determined that bees are fish.
Bees are fish, yes. Bees are kind of fish, yes. And so, yes, bees and the bee fish are a proud symbol of the channel, because California says the bees are fish. And we need to make sure that people are aware of that truth.
But it's not bee fish, which would be sort of like beef.
I don't know. Half bee, half fish is what we're kind of going for.
You're from Texas, so it's only real beef, but also bees that are also fish.
Yes. Well, if it's a beef fish, so it's cattle fish. It's cattle fish bees. Now I'm very confused. Are these cattle that fly? Are they still aviaries? Or are they a ranch? How's that work?
I feel like flying cows.
Are you a cattle rustler or a bee wrangler? Was that okay? I have so many questions now.
I feel like a flying cow would be a real menace, because cows do not do small poops.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you hate to find that on your car?
Yeah, that would be a problem.
You're just like giant, like splatter.
We would definitely, as a society, have a lot more covered parking.
Yes. Indoor parking would be way more of a thing. Also, indoor, like covered walkways would be much more of a thing. Umbrellas would be a lot more reinforced, and people would carry them everywhere in every weather. Emma Z, thank you very much for 5 gifted memberships. Jessica P, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Crafty Norwegian, thank you for the 5 heart emojis member stream there. Circling back, ADHD is hard and also my superpower. That is excellent. I want to hear the story of Ian yelling at Uncivil. It wasn't really yelling. It was just like, hey, be aware there's some shit on this. Like, there is no Runkle Uncivil beef, if that's what you're hoping for.
No.
So, lawyer, chat, if caretaker...
Runkle just texted me, don't grift off this, because I found out about Secret McSquirrel as I was live on air. So I was already live streaming. And so obviously I started talking about it. And because I heard about it from Ian, I'd send him a text message saying, hey, you want to pop on stream with me? Because like because I was already streaming, he sent me back a text message saying, "Don't grift off this." I'm like, "What the fuck?" I just found out about this.
Well, because I just was dealing with Scott, who basically went and was like, hey, send me some super chats, and that. So I was like, you better not be, and he wasn't. So it was not a.
No.
Yeah, that was not an issue. It was just.
So it was just a friendly tease between me and him. There's no beef. We love each other.
Yeah. So everybody out there is always like, we want to see a fight, and it's like, there's no fight.
Yeah, not today.
Not today.
Sorry to disappoint you guys. We can manufacture one. Like WWE, write some plot lines or something. Maybe, I don't know. The problem with that is, is preventing it from actually becoming real, because when you write plot lines where you write that people are in conflict and you force them to act in conflict, pretty soon there's a very unsettling tendency for the conflicts to become real, because it's very hard for people to maintain the fiction in their own minds and not for it to become actually real. So it's a dangerous game to play, to manufacture a conflict, because it has a nasty tendency of becoming a real conflict. Yeah.
Runkle and Kurt are beef bros. We did have steak while we were in Texas.
I took him out to many places. We went to Fang and Feather, the whiskey tribe people, and we had a nice tour there. And we went to the brewery that you wanted, and we went to Waffle House. That was good. And we went to Texas Roadhouse together. That was nice.
I had never been to a Waffle House before, and that was an
experience. You needed to experience it. It was very much required.
I would go back to a Waffle House.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing wrong with Waffle House. I mean, we didn't see any like Waffle House malaise.
No.
So, I mean, we were kind of ripped off in that regard. But, lawyer, chat, if caretaker, it SB 1 SRO to 25 kids. Should be 1 SRO to 25 kids. I mean, I don't know how many, like, is the principal a caretaker? Because there's only one principal to like 300 kids.
I think the teachers are, at least, and it makes at least a little sense, because this idea of in loco parentis, the idea that the school is in place of the parents is sort of a very old concept in American, I imagine Canadian law for that matter too. In older law, the power of the school versus like what a parent would be able to do was a lot more. So like if you go further back in time, there was very little distinguishing a parent from a teacher, like legally. Although that's less true, obviously, today, the underlying concept is still true. So when the statute in Florida talks about a parent, an adult household member, or other person, we have this concept in law called etiam generis, where we interpret and other stuff in a statute as part or kind of the specific of the things that are there. So you have a generic thing that follows, it's interpreted in the specific. So if you said, for example, in this park, you have no cars, no trucks, or other motorized vehicles, we would interpret other motorized vehicles and other stuff in the light of cars and trucks. So not all motorized vehicles, things that would be similar to cars and trucks. That's how we normally do that.
Right.
So in the Florida statute, whatever it would be. So like for not like so much for like a motorized,
might not cover.
Yeah, or not like a motorized wheelchair, like because that's not the kind of thing that the regulation is attempting to capture, even if it's motorized, right? All right. So, anyways, the Florida statute talks about caregivers and says caregivers are parents, adult household members, or other persons, other similar persons, or whatever the exact language is. It doesn't matter, and other stuff. So, our teachers and other stuff. Legally, it makes sense because of this old idea of in loco parentis, that parents are in the place of teachers. So they are in the same legal category as parents. So that makes sense. Where it breaks down for the sheriff, obviously, is that they're not a school member. They're not an employee of the school. They are not an employee of the school district. They're an employee of the sheriff's office. So the traditional notion doesn't apply to a police officer. So I don't think as a matter of law, that Scott Peterson qualifies as a caregiver. Unfortunately for me, at the moment, the judge apparently is like, well, let this be a jury decision. I'm like, well, no, there's a fundamental underlying legal question here. And the state's like, well, it says, and other persons. I'm like, but that's not how we interpret this in Longland. We don't mean all other persons. We mean other persons who are like a parent or an adult household member, like maybe a babysitter, because at least a babysitter is like taking the place of a parent, right? So it makes sense, but not so much for the sheriff's member. Sorry, I'm stuttering a little bit. It's late at night. My brain's not working 100%.
Oh, no worries.
So I, but based on the judge's instructions, if I'm a juror, I'm like, well, the state has gone to some length to point out, well, this was his duty station. It was the school. He was there for the sake of the kids, and his contract talked about students a couple times and yada, yada, yada. So I'm like, yeah, as a juror, I'm probably voting to convict, because the judge is like, well, it's up to me as a juror to decide what this is, and it's within the scope of this as a matter of fact. But as a matter of law, which I'm not there as a juror to do, I don't think it's legally cognizable. So that's why I'm saying, well, as a matter of fact, sure, but as a matter of law, no. So it's, again, that whole split role thing. I've been talking for a while now.
Yeah, no, I get where you're going with that, and I agree. That should have been a call from the judge. Hey, is this guy?
Judge is a pussy.
I mean, judges are a lot of judges are. Somebody's asking, how close are we to another spin? I see 10, 20, 30. We're about 40 of 100 for another spin. But I have something I've got to maybe show. Let me just pull this up here. I got to add it to. Now, I don't have any audio attached to this, but I think we might have a possible swoop design. Once we add some audio.
Exciting.
It's just processing as it gets added. Yeah, 1 second, 1 second. Here we go. Uncivil test swoop without audio.
Yeah, you make it go from left to right and throw in a little swoop noise. It could be a winner. I like it. It's definitely along the right track. I
don't know how to make it go from left to right, but I should figure that out. Because that's
pretty good. It's pretty good.
It's a bee fish.
Yeah, it's the most bee fish thing I've ever seen.
And it's wearing a very jaunty hat.
Yes, the jaunty hat is a nice touch. I will not lie.
Midjourney strikes again. Midjourney does some great work. So I can send that your way, because that's so.
If anyone can make that go from left to right on screen and add in a swoop noise, then I think, yeah, we've got a winner.
And I see people saying that it should have had a cowboy hat, but I don't know how to swap that out.
Yeah, it probably should have a cowboy hat. Can you give it back to Midjourney, like you do the V thing where you do version and you be like with cowboy hat? Or
I will try to figure that out.
Okay.
Because it's
I believe in you, Runkle.
What's
the command in Midjourney? Send me the command in Midjourney. I'll play with it.
I think it was a fish with elegant big wings that is striped yellow and black, wearing a cowboy hat, Victorian Gothic style. It probably heard Victorian and thought that was the hat it should have. So I'll throw that into the private chat. The prompt.
Excellent.
All right, let's sort of go through super chats here. John Coman, we're all sticklers with rules and laws in military. Yep. Also, super chat for reading the first comment. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Runkle and Kurt, for a good evening. Thank you as well. It was a good comment. So I was impressed at the bond hearing. All lawyers on both sides seemed like they were beyond competent and may actually be good lawyers. Well, that would be... I always like watching trials where there's good lawyers. So, that's always nice to see. If the estate is owned by the state, Corey is a resident of the state. She's entitled. I don't think the estate's going to be owned by the state because she's got kids. So it might be that the kids get it and she doesn't. John Coman is saying, Kurt, I'm pledging you a $300,000 super chat in the. I feel like this is an Amber Heard style pledge.
Yeah.
And my eternal gratitude, which might also be an Amber Heard style pledge, but it's probably more likely. Also, I'm loving Tears of the Kingdom. I haven't played that one, but it looks.
I've been playing Tears of the Kingdom. I've been playing it again. I've loved it. I'm in no rush to actually beat it. I've just been doing shrine gets and stuff like that, and just sticking around. And I'm having a great time doing it.
The one I've been playing recently is Amnesia: The Bunker. So it's an amnesia sort of horror game. So that's kind of fun. M towards your pro bono dreams or whatever you want. Cheers from Manitoba. Thank you very much. Trufflehound. Hey, Kurt, what do unionized bees ask for? More honey and shorter working flowers.
Nice. Nice.
How close to another spin? I think I just answered that. Also, Rob's take on prenup was don't sign on wedding day. That was about it. Just need another excuse to super chat.
Yeah, Rob's good. Right. You need to definitely sign it well advance of wedding. Yeah, for sure.
And in some cases, they can be valid after the wedding.
Yes, posts. Yes.
Talk to your lawyer because also if you do one in advance, they, yeah.
You never got a Clemson email address? Well, they loved me more than you, I guess, at Clemson University. Go Tigers.
All right, 1 second here.
CLEMSO. Or we'll do it this one. We'll do it this way for all the Clemson people in the chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, and cadence count. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. CLEMSONTIGERS. Fight Tigers, fight Tigers, fight, fight, fight. Woo!
All right. Now I'm going to do one last spin because we were at. That was a great cheer.
No problem. Yeah, here I help.
Let's see. Let me just pull this up. Wheel of Spices. What do we got here? It hit the wheel doesn't like.
I can even do. I know I can do the first verse of the Alma Mater from memory, and I think I can even do the second verse of the Alma Mater from memory for Clemson, even though it's 20 years ago. So I know my yeah. Where the Blue Ridge yawns its greatness, where the Tigers play, here the sons of dear old Clemson reign supreme always.
I'm not sure if
dear old Clemson, we will triumph and with alarma. That the Tigers' roar may echo o'er the mountain height. I will not subject you anymore.
And somebody's asking, why isn't the last dab on this wheel? Last dab doesn't taste very good. So that's why the last dab is not on this wheel. That it's very spicy and it's okay, but it's not like, I've got some really hot sauces on this wheel, but yeah. And I see some people saying that they feel ripped off because they're not seeing a new one. I've got 2 wing bits there. Yeah. Last dab is chemical crap. Yeah. It's an extract based sauce.
I have something else to show you from Clemson. This is actually pretty cool. I still have this from Clemson. Hold on. It's a keepsake. Okay.
And I'm going to spin one more until so we'll do the Carolina Reaper because it's already on my plate. We'll do another one that also has a new one that we haven't done tonight. Oh, and we already did that one. That's the Runkle sauce. It's good, but we'll spin again until we get a one that we haven't done. So Ashburn Carolina Reaper is going to be our other one on that. All right, where did I put that? Somebody sent this one to me, and it's quite good, but it's also spicy. Oh, I actually put that in twice. All right. Ashburn. Wait, let's pull down the wheel.
All
Ashburn,
right, yeah.
Carolina
And while
Reaper.
you're full screen, I'll share this mug. This mug with my name on it. This mug is
cool
actually this mug is special to me. This mug came from Edgar's Pub. Clemson University until was it 2002, 2003 had a bar in the student union on campus. It was called Eggers. And they eventually closed it down, and it became a very sad place where it just had some like games and stuff. But there was a bar there on campus in the student union called Eggers Pub, and this was my mug at Eggers. You know, you could get your name on it, and they would hang it from the ceiling or file it in a cabinet. And every time you went there, you could ask for your mug, and they would fill it with your mug on it. And this was my mug from Eggers. This mug is 20 years old. So there's a nice little Clemson memory for you.
And I would be so sad. So this is the Carolina Reaper, the cackling Trinidadian woman, Carolina Reaper.
Yeah. I stayed on campus all 5 years. I went to campus for 5 years undergrad because I got 2 BS degrees. So it took me 160 hours of college classes to graduate because I'm a glutton for punishment. I stayed 2 years in Burns, and then they made Burns all freshmen. So I stayed in Burns 99 and 2000, and then they changed it to all freshman male. So they kicked me out. Then I stayed 2 years in what was then called New West, what is now called Stadium Suites, next to the stadium. And in my last year on campus, I stayed at Clemson House, which they then blew up, the bastards. But I had a great Clemson experience. My favorite bar was Keith Street, which was shut down after a sled raid in something like 2008. Keith Street, the bar, was conveniently located on Keith Street. So, yeah, they had a nice beer list at Keith Street. They had like 150 beers on tap and in their bottles. And if you drank through the list, you got your name on the wall. I did it 4 times.
Wow. So they've got your name listed 4 times?
They did. And then the they got shut down. And even after they got shut down through their first owner, my name was still on the wall at least once. But then I think it's now. Well, the last time I saw it, it was like a, what would you say, a rental desk for an apartment complex. So it's where you went in to like find out about apartments on campus. So it's no longer a bar at all. So that's very sad. But I had private membership at Overtime, and I have private membership at Top of the Tavern, which is still there, because you couldn't drink on Sunday unless you're a member of a private club. And I was a member at private club at both Overtime, which is below Back Streets, and at Top of the Tavern, which is over Tiger Tom Tavern. So good times at Clemson. You want to talk about your undergrad for a while in nostalgic tones?
My undergrad was okay. It was just I mean, it wasn't anything super special. I got through it. That's about it. So next one up is we've got the Ashburn. So I am gonna give this a try. Yeah, I went to a university, Simon Fraser University, but it was no pub on campus. It's up on a mountain, so there's no there's like nowhere to go to drink. You got to go down the mountain to drink.
Plenty of places to
and
drink in Clemson.
What is it? It's also like this old bastion of what do you call it? Like brutalist architecture.
Mm.
And brutalist architecture is the worst. So, all right. So this is the Ashburn sauce.
I want to go back to undergrad. I had too much fun there. God damn it. They kicked me out by giving me 2 diplomas. Fuck them. So nice. I graduated twice. It was also nice as a class gift. Oh, because I think I have a picture of this somewhere. So if I dig through my photographs, I can find it. Because most classes when they graduate donate bricks to have their name etched in the brick. And because I graduated twice, I got my name etched into brick twice. So I don't know if I was the only one to have my name, because I graduated in both May and August of 2004 because I had 2 BS degrees. So I graduated twice, May and August 2004. And I think I have a photo of me laying next to my brick. Hold on, let's see if I can pull it up as we continue our nostalgia tour over right here. Hold on.
Now, when you say you've got 2 BS degrees, do you mean you've got 2 bachelors of science? Or do you mean that you've got 2 degrees in, like, basket weaving?
No, 2 bachelor's of science degrees.
Because, all right. My earphone fell out there. Whew. Got a bit of a sniffle there. But yeah.
Damn it.
People are wondering, is the hot sauce killing me? The hot sauce isn't killing me. I got some allergies. It is pollen season right about now. All right.
Yep. Not my best picture, but it will do. Hold on. I'll share this picture. Share this picture.
Got a few friends who got their BAs and BS. Yeah, that's a thing.
So there it is, me. There it is, me wearing my Clemson polo in my Clemson orange jacket with my Clemson hat. And as you can see in the bottom left, it says R.A. Mucci, and then it says K.A. Mueller, K.A. Mueller. So nice. I graduated twice. If you want to go find that at Clemson, it's near the Hendricks Student Center. So there's my bona fides, baby. Respect.
Nice.
All right, you can take that off screen now.
You're like, that's a lot of orange.
Not enough orange though, baby. Get the overalls and all the thing. You know what I mean?
Is that Clemson's colors?
Oh yeah, orange and purple for the athletic colors. Orange and purple for the athletic colors. Orange and white for orange and white for the athletic colors. Or no, it's which one is which? Orange and white are the academic colors. Orange and purple are the athletic colors. That's right. Okay, I got it the right way around.
And the dramatic reading of the ChatGPT hearings is tomorrow morning, correct?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah. Yeah. Never enough orange. Never enough orange.
I I feel cheated, Kurt. I don't think I ever got a Clemson alumni email. I graduated a few years before you.
Yeah.
Well, anything wrong with my name? It's not Eugene, but it is me, Gene. Levi Clow. Nice. Boppet, thank you very much for the bonus hot sauce. Much appreciated. This is something that surprises people. The Simon Fraser University, which is in like Vancouver, Burnaby technically, but their pipe band, like their bagpipe band, is one of the best in the world. And the story I've heard is that basically the first time they did, like they competed in a pipe band thing, people are like, oh, isn't that so cute? They're here to, compete. They're here to, and then they won. And people were like, oh, well, that's great. It just shows, there's a real interest in, in this all the way across the ocean. Isn't that sweet? And then they, what is it? Then the next year, like another year, they won again. And people are like, oh, isn't that great? And then they won again. And people are like, those fuckers. So, yeah, they've got a serious pipe band, apparently. I had nothing to do with it, of course. But, oh, my God, Ian, I didn't know you went to Simon Fraser. I live right there. Yep, I went to Simon Fraser. I mean, it's a good school. It's just kind of bleak and dreary because it's, that old, like that brutalist hard concrete edges architecture. So yeah. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that, but, all right. I'm going to wrap things up here because, I feel like we've got to, get some sleep before your stream tomorrow.
I'm not done telling people how great Clemson is and how much they should love it forever.
Well, there will be plenty of time for Clemson. You could set that up as part of your legal news roundup. Like, let's have the
also
Clemson,
Clemson's great. Also, I only want the email address because I love them so much, and I just want to show my continuing love.
You hear that, Clemson? Step up. You got to get that. Step up your game. You're disappointing your biggest fans there. So
yeah, for sure.
All right. Any last words? People, of course, can find you at Uncivil Law. Hopefully, they should know that. Hopefully,
yeah, you should tune in tomorrow. I'm going to aim for 9:00 Central Time, maybe a little bit later, and hopefully Ian will join me, and we'll do some dramatic reading of this transcript because it is full of it's full of cringe.
Yeah, there's been some cringe reported, like the point where they're like, so were you actually on vacation like you told the court?
No.
Nah, bro. It's like, oh. Like, that's why would you think that was okay, right? Like, why would you think that was at all okay? But all right, I am going to run the closeout video and see people later.